So, good morning, dear guests, and on behalf of the Publications Office of the European Union, welcome again to this new eForms workshop. I'm Manuela Cruz, I'm the head of the TED and the EU Procurement Unit at the Publications Office. And this is our last workshop before eForms become mandatory next month. So it's good time to see where we all are. As usual, I'm starting this meeting and sharing some information prior to the meeting, so about the scope, which you know already, but anyway, it's good to remind it, a quick summary of what we are going to talk about and where we are on our side, and about the logistics and organization of the meeting. And then I will pass the floor to the real stars of the day, that's my colleagues Carl and Yanis. So the scope, as you know, but again, this is an ad hoc meeting. It does not replace our usual eSenders seminar, annual eSenders seminar, that should take place this year at the beginning of December. This is, however, our sixth workshop dedicated mainly to eForms implementation. As you know, we had a couple of workshops last year, and then we already have 3 workshops this year, one in February, one in March, one in May, and yes, one at the end of March. So, where are we today? So, as you all know, the day for eForms was already passed on the 14th of November of last year, when the use of eForms became possible. Our tools at the Publications Office were ready for receiving, processing, and publishing eForms in TED. Now the new milestone is approaching. That's the 25th of October, when the use of eForms will become mandatory according to the regulation on eForms. And we are happy to see that indeed things are moving on, slowly but surely. We have a number of countries that are already sending eForms consistently. Some have already switched completely into eForms. Estonia, Belgium, Finland, Switzerland. We have also notices coming every once in a while from Czechia, from Germany, from Spain, from Malta, from Austria, from Poland, and from the European Commission. And I think I didn't miss anyone. If I did, I apologize, but I'm pretty sure that Carl will give you the full picture in a couple of minutes. So it's clear that there are still improvements ongoing. The situation is not yet perfect, but again, if it was perfect, it would not be fun. So we are trying to make it evolve, and we really appreciate your tests, and we really appreciate the ones that went live, because there are bugs that we could not find, there are situations that need to be improved, and we can only do that on the basis of the users' experience, and you are our users at the end of the day. So thank you very much to all those who have bothered to test, to make sure that things work, and especially to those who have made the effort of going live already. And to all those that will go live in the days and weeks to come. Where are we in terms of resources? I will repeat again that the essential artifacts are there since 2019. We have the eForms regulation with its list of forms, of business terms and rules. And then we have the schema and the documentation for eForms that we made available already in 2019, plus the API documentation that allows to send information, to send the notices for publication. So with all these basic artifacts, it is possible to indeed send notices for publication in TED based on the eForms methodology. It's not easy, as we all know, but it is possible. And the truth is that some of you have done it. The situation is not simple. We know that eForms are not simple. It's a different concept from the one that we were used to. The rules are different. The way in which the information is organized and structured is different. It has been a complicated process for all of us, and that's why, as we said, we created the Software Development Kit, or SDK, for our own needs, and we made it available to all of you in case it would be helpful. Using the SDK is not mandatory, as we have been saying over and over again. It expects to be a help. So the SDK is not a magic solution. It's a tool that is meant to be helpful. That still is under development, under evolution, but still is stable enough to allow for production to take place. We are happy to see that some senders indeed embraced the SDK. And we have a very interesting presentation from our Belgian colleagues last time we met. So the SDK is there to be used, is supposed to be helpful, and we will, of course, continue to enrich it as much as possible. Version 1.9 is about to come out. We are currently testing it, and it will bring some more improvements that we are all waiting for. So we continue to do our best to provide the tools, to improve the tools, and our best to support you in the transition to eForms. We have been making documentation available. There is a business help desk. There is a technical help desk. There are dedicated meetings. We have had a couple of meetings with the ones and the others that approached us. We have a test environment. We know that the test environment had some ups and downs, but still it allowed anyone who wanted to play around and see if it was possible to create and submit notices. Lately, we have further improved it so that it can allow you to see indeed what you are doing fully, and especially get the information that your notice, your test notice, would have been published successfully if that was the case. We try to listen, as you know. That's the reason why we organized all these workshops since last year. That's the reason we have all these communication channels open. So we try to listen. We do listen, and we try to make our best to attend to the needs and to give you as much support as possible. I'm pretty sure that both Carl and Yanis will go through some of the latest developments that respond to a certain extent to things that you have raised previously. All the information we try to publish, as you know. We have all the presentations that are given in these meetings published in the website of the meeting. So you are free to go there and to revisit what we have said. So with all this, what's happening today? Today we have the last workshop, as I said, before the D-Day Plus. And as usual, Carl and Yanis will go through the latest developments, evolutions. Carl will give us a more overall view of where we are, where you are. And possibly Mark Christopher will also be there to help us with any policy or legal questions. As in previous meetings that we had, we will split the meeting in two, presentations during the morning, break for lunch between 12 and 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Central European Time, and then in the afternoon we will go through the questions. You are welcome to put your questions through Slido. Please use Slido. You see the link on your screen now. If you send them through the chat, we will also address them, but we will prioritize and give, start dealing with the ones from Slido because it's easier for us to follow and to make sure that we address each and every question. As I said, presentations will be published in the website of the meeting. This is online, so as we all know, there may be unexpected issues. We apologize in advance. Our super support team is there as usual with Jenny and Marqueta and Panos and Corinne, so it should all be fine. Some housekeeping rules, as you know, please keep your mics shut down. Please turn off your cameras. Please send questions through Slido, because as you know, the ones at least who have been there before, we deal with them. Well, I should say Carl deals with them all, one after the other, and Yanis as well. So be sure that we will not forget the questions. If you still have questions afterwards, we have our help desk, the business help desk, and the technical help desk through GitHub. So now we will also be asking some questions using Slido, mainly to know where you are, what are your concerns, if you still have some, and what we can do to help. And we will have, again, a survey at the end using Slido as well to measure the level of satisfaction regarding the meeting. So that's all from me. I will gladly pass the floor to my colleagues that will send or post the Slido questions, and then to Carl for the show. So thank you all, and let's have a good meeting.
Thanks, Manuela. So we should be getting some Slido questions, the questions you know and love by now. So you often ask the same ones, but just to get you into Slido, because that's where you can ask the rest of your questions on your side. So yes, where we come in, we have a good representation. Germany, we know you have you will start centralizing with eForms, but you have many e-senders feeding into the central system. And good to see we have most countries present. There are some countries who we don't see so often in these meetings because their e-senders, there are countries where there are no e-senders, or this e-senders will come in a couple of years' time. I think that applies mainly to Poland and Greece. So they are buyers we see directly in e-notices too. They use our front end instead of using your front end. We have a good representation. Okay, Poland, welcome. And Scotland, welcome too. So we know there are many providers. Not all of you are public. Many of you are private providers as well. So we know this is important for your business. Okay, let's move to the next question. So we asked you this when you registered, but it's also so you can see each other, your feeling about how you're doing, how complete you are. We know that we have seen in the registration, when we ask you to register, we ask you the same question. And it's interesting to see how within the same organization, there are different levels of optimism. So we know that it's an imperfect question and everyone feels more or less confident according to the aspects you're dealing with. But we ask this question at every workshop and the number steadily goes up. So I can't remember last time, but I think we were around 6 last time. So 7.3 is promising. 10 is fantastic. And if you're in the 5 and below, we know you are probably working very hard. But even if you're 7, 8, 9, we know that it's hard to reach the end. Okay, we have one final question before we get started. So this is just feeling, just to capture the mood. How you're feeling about the deadline that comes in a month's time. Yes. We know there's a variety of feelings. panic. Yeah. Some of us on our side, we had some of these feelings last November when we went live on our side to have something ready. But we know that nervousness and panic and anxiety is probably quite widespread out there. So yes, a lot of pressure. Please postpone. So we know there have been requests for extensions which are being considered by the Commission, which I think would help many people, but this is a policy decision. So we know today we are all implementers. So if someone sold the deal, we have to now deliver on a deal. We're not necessarily the ones who made all the choices, but this is hard. Okay, so thank you very much. Thanks for the honesty. It's I didn't expect much more than certain nervousness out there. We'll try today to address as much as we can to try and reassure you in some aspects, but we know we don't have all the answers. But we'll try our best to answer your questions, which might unblock you in certain cases. There's a lot of variety out there, so we know different people have different issues. You are dozens of e-senders. We'll try to see if our solutions can match you all. Okay, so we'll start presenting, and you should be able to see my PowerPoint. It comes up. Okay, so I will address, we have the classic setup, so I'll address the more business issues, and Yanis around 11 will address the more technical issues. We have the break, send us your questions, and we'll try and catch them after lunch. So just to update us on the season, where we are. So I was looking for an image of autumn, and I came across the mountain ash berries, which have a nice color of autumn, and they are ripe for harvest around October. So I was thinking, as our work of the last few years come to maturity and our berries ready to pick. So that's where we are today. So I'll give you an overview of where we are. Some of the slides will not be news to all of you, but I think it's useful to review some of the concepts to consolidate what we know. In some cases, you'll say, yes, I know this already. Yeah, I'm not learning anything today. For others, it might fill in some gaps in your information. So we've seen questions coming up, which I'd like to address some of them today, which should bring things together for you. So where are we today? So this is fresh from the 9 o'clock edition today on TED, 3,940 eForms notices, which started in November. The first real ones came from Estonia in May. So of course the volume comes from eSenders. Estonian pioneers have been there since mid-May. Malta are also an eSender in a parallel run. So we have some old Maltese and eForms, some of the old ones. Belgium, Finland, and Switzerland all switched this month, fully or almost fully. So there's still some notices coming through in the old format, but pretty much fully on eForms. And we got breaking news this morning that the Netherlands will switch tomorrow. So welcome to the club. Also, some other API users, eSenders. So the European Commission itself, the Joint Research Centre, run the platform for the EU institutions, the in-house e-procurement solution, and they are also sending some of their notices, and they will switch also next month fully. And the Austria tobacco monopoly, the concessions are also being published through the eForms. A few people are using the notices too already to submit their notices. So these are public buyers who don't go through an eSender, don't benefit from a platform like yours. So they are they have no choice but to use eNotices 2, which has the disadvantages is that eNotices 2 offers you all possible options. It has no customization, it has no anything specific for each country, but users still manage to submit contract notices, contract award notices. So Poland are the biggest user of eNotices 1 today. They're already the biggest user of eNotices 2 so far. But we also have some from Germany, Spain, Greece, and I think there was one French one. So we have a handful every day coming through every day now. Based on your responses when you registered for this workshop, we ask you these questions about your readiness. At the time, it was 6.7, so it's good to know that those who actually attended today, in between, we've gained a few decimal points in confidence. We also ask you when you're going live. So about a third should be ready by the middle of next month. This includes everyone who's already live, or the ones who are going live since we asked the question. There's a big chunk in that from mid-October to the 25th of October. So there's many people bunching up just before the deadline, and a few are planning for later. So in some cases, this may or may not be blocking because some of you might be commercial e-senders who will enter the market. So it depends if that's an important case. It depends on the situation. If you have one national e-sender who's not ready, that's a problem for that country. For countries which are more decentralized, it may or may not be a problem. I added at the bottom the TED expert search if you want to look for eForms notices. So if you paste that TD equals and all the cases, you can find those 3,940 eForms, which have a mixture of eSenders and eNotices 2 ones. And if you want to find the ones from your country, you can add the condition and country equals your three-letter code. So that's how you can narrow them down if you want to. Okay, so that's where we are today. So just to go back to what we have in eForms notices and the workflow. So I presented this a couple of sessions ago, but just to remind how things work. So if you're coming from the eNotices API, your first task is to submit a valid notice to reach the submitted status. If you call the API and you haven't validated before, you will get a validation failed status. It depends on your setup. If you validate before, so you give them the error messages to your users before you submit, or if you submit and allow the user to deal with what we return. But if you validate before, then when you submit, it'll go straight through. Submitted status is something that is ready to be published. So there are no further errors going on. We'll see in the next slides a few cases around that. Publishing means it's entered the publishing process and it's going to be in the next official journal issue. And published means after 9 o'clock, it's on TED. So that's the basic workflow: submitted, publishing, published. We'll see what happens, what cases where you might not be published despite being a valid notice. And there's also the case where the buyer themselves or your system itself can tell us to stop a notice before it enters the publishing process. So those are two end cases. And if you come through the web user interface, you will be in draft. You can delete and you can also archive notices. But you are e-senders, you're not expected to go through the user interface. So, okay, this is a question that comes up from time to time, so I wanted to clarify today. When is a valid notice not published? So you've submitted, it's valid. The central validation service gave you no errors. So in theory, you're ready to publish. Why am I not going to be published? So the main reason for not being published is that when you submitted status, your notice is valid, but you might have got a warning about lawfulness. So lawfulness is what we call I would say, a suspicious notice that maybe shouldn't be published in the official journal of the European Union. So why can that happen? Well, for a start, you're not a lawful country. A lawful country being in the European Economic Area or a partner country, Switzerland, Ukraine, Georgia. There are countries with which we have agreements to publish in the official journal. You might be outside of those countries. So, for example, you might be a British buyer. You're not in the European Economic Area, but you're still using EU funds. So in that case, your country is not the right one, but using EU funds, so you are allowed to publish on TED. So that the link in the here takes you to the developer docs, where you can see exactly the EFX conditions under which lawfulness might come up. So it's up to you to figure out how you tell your user, saying you're submitted, you have no errors, but there will be a lawfulness check. And the lawfulness check means at the publications office, our team will manually check these cases one by one. There shouldn't be too many, but we will check them one by one and say, yes, in the end, it's okay. Please go ahead, we will publish you. This could be the cases we think maybe some embassies which are outside the EEA. They haven't ticked EU funds because maybe it's just a Swiss embassy. We will validate them manually. At the very latest within 5 calendar days, because that's our legal deadline according to the directives. In practice, we will go through every day and we should be able to process them within a day. So there shouldn't be any particular delay in the publishing process. You'll notice in the rule there is one rule, the warning that we put into the rule is that if your notice is in English and it contains the string that means sale, we will have a look. So the official journal is about procurement, not about sales. So normally, if we are getting notices about a sale, they shouldn't be published. So this was just like a proof of concept to say, can we pick up suspicious words which could give us an idea that the content of the notice might not be valid. So in general, you, the e-sender, are responsible for the content, and you make your buyers responsible for the content. The publications office, we are no longer reading every one of your notices. So until now, we had teams in every languages checking notices. They could try to detect notices that shouldn't be published. Now that is done automatically, and the lawfulness is the only manual check that's left. We don't have any plans to extend to look for words in all 24 languages, but we will see the coming, I would say, years if we have something more sophisticated for checking lawfulness. But right now, it's black and white. And one request we've had is, can we expose the reason codes for not published? And that's something we're planning to do in the next, I would say, 2 to 3 months. So that you will get not published and say it was not published for lawfulness. It's also possible for some particular cases, some technical errors, if there was something going on with the system at the time, we might not publish immediately and retry, but we will deal with these case by case. It shouldn't happen. But in any case, we will inform the buyer and the not published status will be given. So there's no ambiguity about what's happened to the notice. So the publication dates as well. With the eForms systems we have, and with what the new eForms fields allow us, we have more flexibility. We can publish faster and we can publish slower. So today we publish your TEDxML notices in 5 fixed calendar days. So that was set up a couple of years ago, saying if you send it to us on a Monday, it'll be published on Friday and always within 5 days. If you send it on Tuesday, it'll be published on Friday as well, because there's no official journal on Saturday. And there was no choice, but it was very predictable. Now we have a new business term, allows you, your system, or your buyer, up to you to decide, to set the preferred publication date. If it's left empty, so you just send it and you didn't fill in the business term, we'll assume as soon as possible. This means it's the next issue, the official journal supplement that's available. So it means if you send us something this morning, it's submitted, so it's valid. Let's assume there's no lawfulness check, so there's no need for human check. This would mean that it'll get picked up in this afternoon's export, and it'll be on TED 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. So if you happen to miss the export, you can imagine that it'll be in 2 working days maximum. So it can go quite fast. This can be a problem for your buyers. We're used to having 5 days to say, oh, I've changed my mind. Can you please cancel the publication? They contact the help desk in a panic. We'll have a look at this about how you can stop publication. If you're publishing fast, you have less time to stop. This is not a bad thing. Normally we want to publish faster. You can, however, offer or set in your systems the preferred date. So you can set, there's no check on the preferred date. Of course, if you tell us that your preferred date is on a Saturday, we cannot publish on a Saturday, and we'll pick the next available issue that's available. So if you give a Saturday or Sunday, normally what will end up being published will be a Monday, if it's a working day. You can check out the release calendar on TED to know which are the working days. So Christmas, Easter, there are a few days like that. And you can set this date up to 60 days into the future. So it allows you to plan ahead, or the buyer to choose. So in all those cases, when the notice comes in with or without a preferred publication date, our backend system will calculate the expected publication date. So for example, you gave a Saturday, okay, I'm going to set the publication date to be Monday, or you said as soon as possible, but it's 6 in the evening, it's too late for tomorrow. I will set in our system the expected publication date for 2 days' time. So internally, what's happening on the working days, anytime between midday, and midnight, not midday, midday, midnight, usually mid-afternoon, but that's no guarantee. The publishable notice will enter an OJS issue, and that's when it enters publishing status, and it will be in that status until the next morning when it's on TED. The next morning being the next working morning, so it could be in publishing over a weekend or over a holiday. So at least overnight, and we'll see you can't stop it at that moment. So this is just to set those things. You probably know this by now, but I just wanted to make sure it's clear for everyone what your options are. So again, can you stop, can you change, can you cancel? We have all these words that we've used over the years until now. So this is how we use the words today. So publishing status, we know, is not visible to you today, neither through the web or the API. And this is a problem because you can only stop the publication of a notice while it's submitted and before it enters publishing. Right now, if your notice has entered publishing and you try to stop it, you get an error message saying, I cannot stop it, but you didn't know before that in fact it was already in publishing status. So normally next week, that's a bit optimistic. Next month, if all goes well, we will deploy some software updates which will expose publishing for you. So you will get stop publication. It will fail if it's in published, but at least you'll know it's because it's publishing. And if you query the API for your status, you can query if it's in publishing before you stop it. So if you want to change a notice or continue procedure, you have to wait until your notice is published on TED. You have to wait till 9 o'clock the next day. So there is this publishing period where you can't stop it and you can't yet send a change. So it's like a cool-off period. It's gone, and that's where you have to wait. So if you miss stop, wait until it's published the next morning, then start your change, which could be published the next day, so you can fix things quite quickly. And then continue procedure, this would be, well, you have to publish your contract notice before your contract award notice. So in that's unlikely to be a problem because normally you have published a notice in the right order. Again, we repeat to this one. How do I cancel my notice? What does cancel notice mean? Well, there's stop publication, that's one case. There's change in if you didn't stop it in time. But let's say a lot or procedure is finished and you want to finish it early, or you finish because something didn't work out as hoped. And the only thing you must do is to cancel the lot or the entire procedure with an award notice with no winner. So you always you need closure in your procedure or lot to say what happened to the end. So this is how you end this part. There is a change, you can do a change notice and send the reason cancel. Again, we've come across what does this mean? Logically, this means a notice is null and void. It'll look a little bit strange because you've published your notice already. Then you will publish a notice again with a change saying the one I have published should never have existed. So logically this is correct, but this can have lots of consequences. So we'll see if we can set up some rules that will limit the cases where you can cancel. So if you publish a contract notice, you could cancel it very quickly afterwards if you wanted to. It's better to cancel it through a contract award with no winner, but you could say ignore this contract notice. But imagine if you've already published a contract award notice, it makes zero sense to cancel the contract notice. That contract notice has gone out, it existed, and the procedure even had a winner. You cannot cancel the contract notice in the past. So it is possible, but we really don't recommend it. It's available. It was requested. It's available, but personally, I would not even offer it to your users. Don't offer it to your buyers. If your buyers want to finish something, cancel with no winner, award with no winner. So this is just to bring together the options that your buyer can have or your systems can have. So you can offer it to your buyer or your systems can implement them. These are all the options available to them. I say no need to contact the help desk. In general, there should be no need to contact the help desk because the tools are in your hand. We offer these options in eNotices too, and your systems should provide it as well. Okay, Lincoln notices is also a question that comes up from time to time because there are different scenarios. So by default, eForm notices are linked by a procedure ID. So that's a business term which exists in the eForms regulation. And so your procedure is all nicely brought together because they all share the same procedure ID. So your family happens that way. There are some exceptions for specific cases. So planning notices, so your prior information notices, are not part of the procedure because they are just a planning. When you publish a PIN, you don't know, there may or may not be a procedure afterwards. So the procedures only start in the competition phase. So in this case, if you have a competition and you want to say, I published a planning before, you use business term 125 and you say my previous plan and notice was this one. You link them together that way. So they will join the family. Later on, when you've signed on a contract and you're awarding a lot, you might want to say this lot is part of a framework contract. In this case, you can use OPT 100 to refer to the notice that the framework contract that you're awarding under. That's also a bit more specific than simply be part of procedure ID. Change the notice is necessary to refer which notice are you changing. So that's business term 758, which is there. And a similar case for contract modification. I'm modifying contract award notice. Which one am I referring to? PT 1501. There is one other case which will be common, especially at the beginning. When you switch to eForms and you're halfway through a procedure, you will want to refer to the previous notices in that procedure. The classic case would be I've published my contract notice today in TED XML in the old formats. And in November, I will award the contract. How do I link them together? You can't use a procedure ID because your old one does not have a procedure ID. So use OPP 090 to refer to your old format notice. It's also available for any other cases, any other notices you want to link together. So it's also a generic one. So even within eForms, you might want to help the user to the reader to link notices together. So it's an informational one. Within eForms, of course, you will still be in your procedure ID. In all these fields, what do you put in those fields? So the most human readable one is the TED publication number. So this publication number is anything between 1 and 8 digits, then hyphen and the year. So the older e-notices, the older notices in TED XML have 6 digits. You'll see that eForms ones get 8 digits with leading zeros. So you can leave the leading zeros in if you want. You can also strip the leading zeros if you want as well. But if you see the one that is in TED, the one at the URL at the top, you take those that number and that you can use that a publication number. If you're within the eForms world, you can use the eForms notice identifier, so the UUID. This can be useful because your application already knows its eForms notice IDs even before it's published on TED. So if it's more convenient for you, you can already link your notices together with the eForms notice ID. And of course, when you do a change, you already know what the ID is. There's no need to update your notices with a TED publication, go and retrieve them. You may or may not have it, it's your choice, but both are valid. And there's just a link to the developer docs FAQ as a reminder if you want to find this information again. So dynamic rules. So just to define what is a dynamic rule, if for those of you who look at the schematron files, you'll see there's a static folder and a dynamic folder. What dynamic rules have on top is that when you're validating an XML, a self-contained piece of XML, which is one notice, all the static rules are run on it, and the notice will be valid statically. If a dynamic rule saying, I am checking this XML against elements which are outside my XML, so it's dynamic, it can vary in time. So at a different moment in time, my rules might change. So if I'm looking at another notice, if I'm comparing with another notice, the existence or the content of that other notice may influence the rules I'm applying right now. Also in time, if my dispatch date might vary. So here's an example. There are only two rules right now in the schematron rules. You can see in stage 6. So there are not many dynamic rules yet. One of them checks the dispatch date. So it says, we at the publications office must get your notice within 24 hours of its dispatch. So the gap shouldn't be too long because we have 5 days to publish. Every day you delay in sending it to us is penalizes us. So it's set up to 24 hours since SDK 1.7. And for those of you using eSend tool, it's the same field. So notice dispatch date in the current TED XML is the BT105 in eForms. So use whatever value you're using before. And currently it's 12 hours. So we are a little bit stricter now. We were stricter before, and we can afford to give a bit more time now because our checks are more automatic. There's one more check coming in SDK 1.9, and this is the CVS check that checks that if you've published a notice ID already, and it's in published status, you cannot use the same notice ID again. So that's a check which is coming up in CVS 1.9. We've talked about these checks before in the past, but we haven't implemented them. We will generally use the what SDK2 will bring with the FX checks. So we'll see which ones might be in SDK 2.0, but if not, they will be SDK 2 plus checks. So The one we've talked about is change notice, what can be changed. There's also continued procedure and contract modification. So these are all cases where, when I'm looking at what you've sent me now, how does that compare to a previous notice? So a notice that I'm changing, a notice that continues my procedure. So can I have differences between a contract award notice and a contract notice? Or which fields can I modify when there's a contract modification? So we are keeping things by default changeable, but we've identified some fields which should not be changed. So this list of the ones we are planning to use for the change notice, they were posted also in the minutes of the previous one. So we still have the same plans. We still haven't implemented them. But if you want to start controlling them on your side, you can already set them up. And these are the ones we believe should not be changed in a change notice. And some of them will also apply for continued procedure and contract modification. But we will announce them once we have them closer to implementation. In any case, they will come in a future SDK. So your current SDKs, you know the ones you're using today. Yes, a note about the emails that eNotices2 sends to web users as well, but in your case as API users. So when you submit a notice to eNotice2 API, you are submitting it with your eSender account, which you've got from the developer portal and that you have registered eNotices2. But you must also send us the email of the buyer themselves. So this is the person who needs to know that the notice has been published, the notice has been successfully submitted. You could potentially in your system handle it yourself, but we believe this is how we can inform the users that their notice has been published. It's one of our requirements, our legal constraints as the publications office, to tell the buyer your notice is on TED. So this notice author email is a parameter in the API. You should send it in the metadata. It's not in the notice itself, so this is not shared, it's not public, it's only between our systems and the buyer themselves. And they will get their notifications every time the status changes. Also, it sends a confirmation if something has stopped or not published, so they even know when the notice didn't continue under its happy path to publication. What we're doing, but we must check if it's the case for all those status changes, is that your eSender account, we will send you a copy of all these emails. So you don't need to put your email in the notice author email because your eSender account should also get a copy. We won't customize that. We'll just send you systematically send it to the mailbox you have sent us, and up to you to deal with what you do with the emails. We think it's useful to you just to have them as an email to know that your buyer also got this email. So that's what our plan is. You'll notice the emails are pretty concise at the moment. They're pretty basic. So we do have plans to make it a bit more readable, a bit more user-friendly, so that the buyers are getting something that's a bit more explicit about what's happened. But they're getting the notifications, that's for sure. Be aware we have a feature which will go out probably next month. It was a feature already for the web users on the front end, which helps buyers recognize who else is in their system. So if I go into eNotices2 and I submit a notice as the Publications Office European Union, if someone else with their own account also sends a notice with the same buyer name, I will get an email saying, by the way, we published this notice also for your buyer name. We will start doing that all for the APIs so that the buyers know who else is in their system. But just be careful that when you're testing, if you send lots of notices and you're using the same buyer name, just be aware you will start getting emails saying, oh, by the way, do you know this buyer has also been publishing with you? The way around it is just to vary the name of the buyer names or just to handle the emails when they come in. So it doesn't block anything. It's just a feature that helps notify buyers of their colleagues and other notices in the same organization. So don't get overwhelmed by the emails and don't be too surprised, but just so you know it's coming. So developer portal, as I said, that's where you get your API key. If you had a profile in production and you didn't complete the profile part of it, if you just had an API key with no profile, which we introduced a couple of months ago, we will delete it by the end of this week. That's what we sent in the email. So we're basically cleaning up all the accounts we have in production. We want to be sure that we only have the real accounts of you as an e-sender, not your developers, not your test ones, the ones you're using to submit notices. So, okay, we'll pay special attention to the e-senders we know are live. We'll have a double check, make sure we don't delete them because we know you're live. That's good. But most of you are setting up your accounts in anticipation of going live. We only need basically one account per e-sender. We don't need multiple accounts, you only need one. As a precaution, we're also trying to get rid of people who might have been testing. So occasionally we have had where we could still spot them when we only had a handful of notices coming in through a day. We could spot that people had sent something by mistake for publication on TED in production. We're going to delete those accounts as well, reduce the risks. We also ask you to put accurate go live dates in your profile. This helps us plan to know who is going live when. You have one account, you have one go live date. It doesn't have to be perfect, but this avoids us asking you all the time where you're doing, because we have to plan internally our resources for when you switch, when the teams on our side, certain teams in certain languages will be phased out. So we have an external contractor who reads your notices. If a language stops from one day to the next, that team will stop working. Our contractor is aware of this, but we want to tell them in advance which languages stop when. So it's important for us to know when you're switching, especially if you're the exclusive supplier of one language. We also have the option to have a public information about you as an e-sender. It's an opt-in, so you check a box to say we do it. And in a future release, we will have a list of all these senders who wish to be listed. So we encourage you to use it, even if you have a public monopoly. It's still useful, maybe buyers in your country, to know I am the single e-sender for this country. This is my job, and this is how I work. If you're a commercial e-sender, of course, you might want to advertise the fact you're active in these markets. Currently, we have a list on CMAP, which is maintained by hand, which is pretty out of date. So now we want you to maintain your own content, and this will be available in the future. We also want to make sure that you have all explicitly accepted the terms of service and privacy statement. When we set up the developer portal, we weren't asking this information, we weren't informing you. We want to make sure you do that, because you have responsibilities that we want you to be aware of. We think you are aware of it, but we want the checkbox to be doubly sure that you, in theory, have read the terms of service. They're not too long. We're not a commercial company that will sell your data, but we need to be sure that you know that you're sending us accurate data, that you have the capacity to deal with your users, that you can support them for these cases. So please read them. And of course, there's a certain amount of personal data you also put in. We want to be sure that you are aware how we will use your personal data. We're not going to clean up preview yet. Maybe early next year we'll clean it up so your developers can have as many accounts as you want in preview. So if you want to test, preview is there for you, and it's part of the preview environment. One other word about using e-notices too. If you submitted a notice by API, we expect you to stay on the API side. If you want to know what happened to your notice, normally you query the API, get the response, it's in submitted status. The API allows you to do it. If you go to the front end, There are some things that don't work as expected. So I don't know, I think there's things like when you import or export your XML, it doesn't look like the XML you sent. That's because the front end is doing some transformation between XML and JSON. That's an eNotices2 thing. It's not for you to look at. I would say the only thing that you could use the web interface for is just to log in and see that your notice is there and what status is in. Beyond that, don't do anything else. Don't copy it, don't view it, don't try import, export, don't touch them. It's not designed for that. We'll see maybe in the future if there's something we can do to make it a bit more useful, but that's not the intention. You're not here to use a web interface. So the fact that the API is part of the same application is a technical choice we made. We could have had a separate application like eSendTool and split them completely. So assume you're using eSendTool like the good old days. Yeah, one more thing about your accounts in the developer portal and the emails you can add to them. We will email your main account plus the associated emails, things about downtime, invitation to events like today and things like that. So you should be getting these emails. So there's one tomorrow morning at downtime. We're trying to keep them between 7 and 9 Central European time, so a quieter time of the day. But the idea is we tell you in anticipation, so you can plan, so you're not surprised if something is not working. And you can't unsubscribe, so you'll get these emails whether you like it or not. Hopefully not too many, but from time to time. What about preview environment? So this is an integrated set of the applications. So we have eNotices2, we have CVS, we have the viewer, we have the developer portal. We have TED Monitor, which is our backend system to receive your data. So it's a copy of all our applications. The only difference is that there's no TED website at the end of it. So when you put submitted, our backend system every day pretends to export them and send them to TED and return the published status. But again, if you're testing, if you manage to submit, all those submissions were valid. And in the end, that's 95% of your work. But we know there was a period when published status was getting stuck. So you couldn't change those notices, or you couldn't continue procedure. So we know that disrupted you. So preview for its setup, its configuration, software, SDK versions, we keep it aligned with production. So there might be a day or two difference, but normally everything that goes to production goes through preview first. So it really does allow you to check if something works in preview, it should be working in production. So it's a very complete environment for you. Be careful where you test, because they look the same. There's nothing to tell you apart from the URL at the top. There's a preview in the URL so for you to realize you're in preview. So be careful. That's one reason we're getting rid of some production API keys. But be aware, we are provided as is. There's no guarantees. It's just a testing environment. It doesn't have the same uptime. It doesn't have the same support. Even internally, with our hosting colleagues, they don't give it the same priority. They are making sure production works. Preview environment is just an acceptance environment, a pre-production environment, which is available as is. So you're very welcome to test, and we have received thousands of notices, but in moderation. Don't send us 10,000 notices one day. That's not a realistic environment. That did actually break our mock publication process. So it's a part that doesn't exist in production, but it was just a small tool which didn't expect such volume in a testing environment. And there is one known issue that disrupted us last week. If you put the unpublished section, so you can choose not to publish certain fields in results. If you put a date in the past, there was an issue that interrupted the system. So We'll put a rule for that to make sure you don't put dates in the past. We didn't think about putting a rule for that. We have a fix planned, but don't do it right now. We can unblock the system, but we don't want to do it every time. So that's a word on preview. This is a miscellaneous ones about information. So just to remind you, developer docs have GitHub has the SDK. Developer docs has all the documentation about the SDK. It has a section called metadata reference, which has always had all the fields, all the rules, and all the code list in web format for people who don't speak SDK or are not so comfortable with JSON. And since SDK 1.7, we have added some CSV files, which are also versioned and are generated at the same time we generate the SDK. So the web pages, the SDK, and the CSV files are part of the same creation process. And CSV, the comma-separated files, are something you can import into Excel or any tool of your own. So it's up to you to deal with the CSV files as you wish. I personally have uploaded into Excel, and I've got a nice Excel that I update with each version, or I have different Excels for every version, which gives me a nice long list of the rules in a tabular format. But these rules existed anyway on the web page, exist in the SDK, but you can use them as you want. And then one separate thing, something we created to mainly help eNotices users today to find their same forms in eNotices 2 is a table of correspondence. So what is form 3 today? It's form 29 now. And form 2 is now form 16, things like that. So you can see what exists. And some have been, there's more options in eNotices, in eForms in eNotices 2 now. So you can find that on CMAP in August. Okay, I should speed up. We're getting to the end of my slot. So your SDK planning, there's also a question, how long is my SDK going to be supported for? So by default, we support every SDK for 12 months. So from the day we release, you can use it for 12 months. And we want to give you 6 months warning when we deprecate it. So when we stop support. It's just a reminder of what support means. An SDK is active, meaning you can submit notices in that version. You'll see even in the CVS has even a little function you can call CVS, which returns the active range. This is the gatekeeper to let notices in or out. And patched means that we backport the view templates and the labels and translations. So when 1.8 came out with lots of translations, those translations were made available all the way back to version 1.3 and also the view templates. So the way things are visible in HTML and PDF. So improvements that we can roll backwards. Those are the only two folders that are backported. Exceptionally, for very particular reasons, we may change a rule. We don't do this systematically at all. It's a manual process. We have to change file by file. We don't have any easy way to generate these changes. But there is a principle saying a rule will never become stricter. So a notice that validated in 1.3 6 months ago will still valid in 1.3, even with a patch. So the validity of the notice never changes. So there is one change we're coming with 1.9, which I think linked to the CPV values, which are allowed for certain types of notices. There was a mistake in this notice, and that was too restrictive compared to the legislation. So we will loosen it. We have to backport it. But that backporting, well, even the view templates and the translations takes several days with all these SDK versions. And patching rules, it has to be done even more carefully. So we don't do that only for exceptional cases. So the end of support. So 1.3.1.4.1.5 came out last November. We know these are, we don't want to penalize the early adopters, so we will support them until the end of January, so a bit more than 12 months. But you can already anticipate when 1.6, 1.7, 1.8 would be supported until. So we asked you when you registered which ones you're using. As far as we can tell, no one is using version 1.4. So we could, I mean, we will discuss internally if it's worth backporting and patching 1.4 if no one's using it. 1.3, I think it's just Estonia. We can speak to you directly. 1.5, 1.6, there are a few of you, but the bulk are on 1.7, 1.8, which is good because it means your SDK version lasts for longer. 12 months, we think, is a reasonable time to be able to move up SDKs. We know for some of you, even 12 months can be tight because you have your own suppliers who you have to upgrade to as well. This process is what we have today. The good thing is we support multiple SDKs in parallel. So you pick an SDK, you know when it's going to end. You can plan when you switch to SDKs. As a reminder, today when we change the schema, everyone, all of you, have to move to the schema within 6 months. So that's quite a heavy process. SDKs give us this flexibility. So if you're on SDK and you're really stuck, get in touch. Otherwise, this is what we plan to do. Get to the end. So just to say what's happened at SDKs recently. So SDK 1.8 came out in July. So each SDK release improves things. So we complete things. So the structures are better. Maybe we add more attributes to help you build your systems. We clarify some groups or nodes. 1.8, the big change in 1.8 was we added a lot of rules back in. So when we went live last year with 1.3, we had removed lots of conditional manager rules because there were too many of them for the systems to cope with. And we added a lot of them back in 1.8. So have a look at what has changed. And a big improvement as well that came with 1.8 were the rules and the expressions. They were not translated, so we tried to make the English better and we made them available in languages. Those labels did get backported to the previous SDKs, so you can benefit from those labels even in the older ones. And also we improved the example, we added more examples, the view templates got improved. The CSV files, we added more information as well. SDK 1.9, as I said, we're in the final testing. There is a release candidate if you want to see what's there. It seems to be the one we're going to go with, so there's no big changes coming. But of particular interest might be those waiting for the 2002 amendment, added some new fields like the Clean Vehicles Directive, and these are now available in the notice type definitions. So if you use the notice type definitions, they will appear on your screens now. Again, more improvements to the nodes, we added a few more conditional mandatory rules, improved some rules, some code lists updated, and the view templates I think should also work with multilingual notices. SDK 1.10, we don't have a date for it. Just to tell you, it's not going to be, certainly not before December. So if it comes out in December, that would be the earliest it can happen. And again, we keep progressively improving the content of SDK to improve things. I mean, it could be just making the messages better, for example, but there are plenty of other continuous improvements to make. Okay, I'll try to wrap up. So looking ahead. So we're trying to go live with the eForms regulation of 2019. It was amended in 2002 with some additional content, like the Clean Vehicle Directive. And even before some of you have gone live, there's already another amendment coming through. So the link to the public consultation, so you can see what's out there. After public consultation, it then gets approved, checked by the committees of the member states. So there's a formal approval there. And normally it should get published before the end of the year, November, maybe December, a bit like the one last year. What is included? So there's new fields for the international procurement can't remember the acronym. There's a regulation for foreign subsidies, so there's a few new fields, and there's some new fields coming for energy efficiency directive. So in terms of impact, they look a bit like the Clean Vehicles Directive, that sort of level of fields. Now there's been a case here. The first two should be implemented by June next year, because those regulations are already valid, so we need to have those fields earlier. Energy efficiency would come later. The directive isn't out yet. And for those who've been waiting patiently for the voluntary forms. So E1 is prior market consultation, E2, 3, 4 are the below threshold planning, competition, and result. E5 is the contract completion one, and E6, for those of you who were not spotting, this adds, I can't remember, contract modification for the defense form. So it's not in the defense regulation to have contract modification, but it's voluntary. We will make it possible for defense procedures to have contract modification as well. And here we've given ourselves the deadline by November next year. Another novelty you might spot is that Annex 2, so the long table of all the business terms, now will have the same information as the good old Excel extended annex, which was outside the regulation. So it's a bit simpler that way. A couple of other dates which are not related to e-notices, not related to eForms or eSenders, but you might be interested for the web users of our eNotices 2 webinar. So a lot of Polish users, Greek users, the ones who don't have the pleasure of having their own eSender. We are demoing eNotices 2. You're welcome to see how we use, how we present the notices. And here's a link to the video recording from last week. The next one is in a couple of weeks' time. If you also happen to be a reuser, so you're using public data on TED, there's another workshop on the 18th of October. You can also see the previous edition. But okay, if you know eForms to submit notices, there's a good chance you can use eForms for your reuse, but if you want to see what's going on. And finally, just before Christmas, we're having the annual eSender seminar. It's a 2-day one, might address more longer term issues and business aspects that we don't address in these technical workshops, which we'll have here in Luxembourg. We'll ask you a question later. Okay, that was a bit long, but here you have all the links to help you get started. And I'll hand it over to my colleagues now. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Carl. It was very comprehensive. I saw lots of questions popping up. Some of them are probably addressed already in the presentation, but as I said, we will gather the questions. We will try to figure out the answers. Some of them are maybe a bit more complex, and we will address them in the afternoon. So all the questions will be properly answered. I would now pass the floor to Yanis, who will give us the technical perspective as regards the latest evolution on eForms and all around it. So Yanis, the floor is yours.
Manuela, hello everyone. Give me a second to share my screen. I'll do that again. Give me a second. Sorry. All right. So, hello to everyone. I struggled a little bit on how technical I would get today, and I decided that I shouldn't be too technical. Maybe because as a technical person myself, right before this deadline of rolling out the applications, I wouldn't want to hear too many new ideas. So I will give you an update on what has been happening, and I will address a few issues that I think are I see popping up more and more often. So roughly what has been happening, you know that SDK 1.9 is being currently tested, and it will come in the next weeks. We're trying to improve our ability to release more often. Hopefully we will get there, but our test cycles currently are not so short. We're working on SDK 1.10. I will give you more details on 1.10 in a minute. SDK 2, initially we were hoping to, or we were thinking that we should release it in the middle of the summer, so that you have it before you go live. But then we realized that no extenders, if any, would be ready to jump on SDK 2 before the October release. And so we decided to slow down a little bit, let the rollout happen, and release it later. So we decided to take our time a little bit. However, we released an alpha version, and together with it, we also released the first alpha version of the toolkit that works with both SDK 1 and SDK 2, the EFX toolkit. And we continue working on the SDK 2 features. We will give you a second alpha release after October, and then the actual release of the SDK will come next year, of the SDK version 2. And of course, we're patching all the active versions of the SDK as promised. Unfortunately, the number of active versions is increasing, and the patching process is becoming more and more difficult. Not really difficult, but longer and tedious. So for us, it is important to see you advancing in SDK versions, so that we don't have too many active SDK versions that need to be patched and updated. It's okay now. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying that it would be nice if we managed to decrease the active versions of the SDK. Now, what is happening on 1.10? What is coming up in 1.10? So, of course, there are updates and fixes in the metadata, like Carl mentioned, the rules and translations. I'm not going to get into details of what happened already. Carl spoke about it, and you already have access to our developer branch, so possibly you are already seeing some of this. The metadata in fields JSON is also been enriched. We're trying to add additional information there so that you can your applications can better work with identifier fields, that you can find links between fields and their attributes, so that they can identify special purpose fields like the ones that are in the metadata section of the forms, and nodes, to link the corresponding date and time fields and other information like this. And we're also trying to add additional metadata in the nodes type definitions, so that you can identify special notice sections like the section for change notices, etc. And to make some improvements in how the unpublished fields how you can work with unpublished fields from the notice type definitions. Also in 110, there will be an improvement in the schematron files that will allow us to improve the performance of validation. So a colleague that was testing it recently told me that another large notice that would take 1 minute to validate, it will validate in 10 seconds. So it's quite significant. We'll give you more details as the release approaches. Like I said before, while working in SDK2, we released the version 2 of the EFX toolkit. It's not final, it's an alpha version. It adds, of course, the translators for the version 2 of the EFX language. And it has underwent a significant refactoring to improve the EFX type management in order to support language improvements that are coming in EFX2. And like I just said, yeah, we released the first alpha version of the toolkit, which contains support for EFX1 and 2. The support for EFX1 is the latest version of what we have for EFX1. So therefore, even if you use the alpha version, EFX1 works the same as if you use EFX Toolkit 1. All the updates in EFX1, we also package them and release them in EFX Toolkit 1.3. We did an effort to improve on the issues that we had with multilingual text fields in EFX1. The support of the language was very basic, and we had to do some workarounds, but we did these improvements, and they are in EFX Toolkit 1.3. We don't intend to release 1.4 or 1.5. If something will need to happen, it will come as a patch in 1.3 for EFX Toolkit. Okay, with the new releases, we also dropped the support for pre-release versions of EFX, the versions that came with SDK 0. Nobody uses them, they're not needed, and there's no reason to load the library with unused code. As we work on SDK 2 and the toolkit, of course, we also update the core library, the sample applications in parallel. And you can follow the updates in GitHub. Now, one thing that I want to talk about is, in general, the state of SDK. What I'm going to say now is not so technical, but it gives you a perspective from the technical side of the people creating the SDK and of the effort that we're doing to put this together. So, of course, we have the deadline approaching, and it will be normal for everybody to expect that there would be difficulties. The rollout is very big. There's several countries, over 100 centers. It's a very, very big exercise, so it's not unnatural to have difficulties. There is, of course, anxiety from SDK updates, and although I'm not directly involved in these communications, many times these messages arrive to me also, and it's understandable that SDK updates are a source of anxiety for senders. In some questions, I also see the SDK maturity being questioned, and it's something that we should somehow find a way to understand it in a common way. What is the maturity of the SDK? And also, of course, there is the maturity of the eForms applications that we are creating, either us as the publications office or the centers, because we are so early in the rollout. So it's natural for all these systems to not be mature. So, for example, sometimes non-breaking changes in the SDK, we see them causing eForms applications to break. This doesn't necessarily mean that this is a sign of immaturity of the SDK. It might mean that it's a sign of maturity of an application if it breaks with a non-breaking change of the metadata it uses. So these things need to be understood in a broader perspective. On our side, we're trying to constantly improve and now iron out all the details. And like I said earlier, we're also trying to improve our ability to test and release faster. It's not that we want to flood you with releases. It's just that we want to release as soon as needed, without having to take too long to test and verify everything in the SDK. So we're working on that. To address these issues, of course, we're trying to keep a direct communication, not only on the business side with Carl's team and the help desk, but also on the technical side. And so we have the GitHub discussions and GitHub issues that most of you, if not everyone, uses. And we're currently trying to better organize so that we are more responsive and more sensitive to whatever is happening there, so that we can include and forward any improvements that you suggest to make it arrive to the actual releases of the SDK. I want a little bit to recap, just to give you a perspective and to make sure that we all understand this, because I think this is the most commonly addressed topic of the day. I want to recap what the SDK is and how it came to be, just for all of us to remember. So if you remember, initially, the eForms regulation was encoded in an XML schema, which was released in December 2019, if I'm not mistaken. And an eForms schema usage document, it was a Word document that was released in March 2020. If we didn't do anything, if we didn't create the SDK, then the only machine readable information that the developers would have would be the eForms schema. And any updates and fixes of mistakes, any omissions in the documentation, anything that we didn't get right the first time, would have to be communicated with new versions of the reference document. And then centers would have to read the document, interpret it, and of course, update their software. So that could be life without the SDK. Now, the SDK does only one thing, just one thing. The only thing it does is that it provides a machine-readable version of the information that is contained in the reference document. There's nothing else in the SDK. There's nothing in the SDK that is not in the reference document. And the only purpose of the SDK is to, in parallel of the reference document, to provide a machine-readable version of the same information. Why? So that people, the senders and the developers, do not have to read and interpret all this information every time it has to change. And you don't have to code and fix every mistake by hand in your applications. So the SDK is just a chance for you to automatically recover from some errors where possible. Okay, so instead of having to deal with 100% of the problems, deal with 50% of them, or 70% of them, or 10% of them. Right? That's the point of the SDK, nothing else. Now, the SDK stability and maturity question. Now, like I said, the SDK takes the content of the reference document and adds a form to the content. So it separates the form and the content. There is a separation between the form and the content by nature. So the SDK takes the content of the reference document and adds a specific form to it. And by adding this specific form to the content, then that content becomes machine readable. Now, the maturity and the stability of the SDK is defined as the maturity and stability of the form, because the SDK, that's the only thing the SDK adds. The content would be there regardless of the presence of the SDK. So the maturity and stability of the SDK is the maturity and stability of the form. I hope you're following me. Now, the form of the SDK is unchanged since August 2022. So one can say that the SDK is stable for over a year, because the form didn't change. But one cannot say that it is mature. Yes. So the question to whether the SDK is stable, I think it's clearly yes. Is it mature? Well, it remains to be seen. Normally, no. It's just 1 year old. And most of the people that are supposed to use it are only using it for the last few months. So it didn't have enough time to mature. Now the SDK content, which is different from the form, undergoes the same changes as it would undergo if we didn't ever create the SDK. The content is the same information as the manual, as the eForms reference document, and it would exist regardless of the existence of the SDK. Now, just to make a connection with the version of the SDK, this what I just called form of the SDK is represented with a major version number, and what I call content is represented with a minor version number of the SDK or a patch. So what do we do about issues in the SDK? Of course, the SDK can contain and does contain mistakes. We're all human. We're also discovering this together with you. We also have the disadvantage that we're the first to bump into any problems. Many of the problems that we bump into, you don't have to bump into yourselves. So yeah, it can contain and it does contain mistakes, and that is why we have versioning. We have versioning so that we can fix the mistakes that we find later. However, the SDK is a metadata collection. It is not software. It's not an active component. It doesn't execute. It's just a collection of metadata. It can be read by a machine, but the SDK cannot write or create data. It cannot be responsible for crashing any system, or it cannot crash any system, or it cannot lose any data. It's just information. The mistakes that can be found in the SDK can only cause notice validation issues and notice visualization issues. There's no other problem that the SDK can cause. So maybe a notice that an application created based on the information inside the SDK is not valid. It's not accepted by the validation engine. Or maybe a notice that an application tries to visualize using information in the SDK doesn't look good or is not correctly visualized. But that's it. There's no other problems that the SDK can cause. Now, applications should handle gracefully any mistakes found in the SDK. So if an application crashes because there is a mistake in the SDK, then something is wrong with the application, not with the SDK. Yes, of course, there is a mistake in the SDK, but it's not the mistake that causes the crash. It's the application that doesn't handle the data in the SDK gracefully and crashes. So just wanted to clarify all this. Now, how do we address all this? Okay, from our side, yes, recognize that there are a lot of issues that every time slip our attention. We rely on you very much on giving us feedback, and we'll try to listen as much as we can. We opened up this, at the technical level at least, we opened up these discussions and issues in GitHub so that we can listen to you directly. And we recognize that, yeah, what we're trying to do is difficult. It's not going to go without bumps, all right? So in GitHub, what we would like to do is we're trying, first of all, to improve our organization and be more responsive. But what we would like to ask you is to use GitHub issues only for specific things that need to be fixed. And for ideas or suggestions or discussions or any other topic, just use these discussions. We will try to allocate the issues into milestones, so SDK versions, so that if something needs to be followed up and a fix needs to be provided, you will be able to see how this is going and know when to expect it. For everything else, there's discussions. We try to reply and read everything. It's not possible to read everything, but we're trying to improve our organization for this, and we're happy to see that in many cases you help each other, which is great. Yeah, so hopefully this will go well. And yeah, basically that's it from me. I didn't go into technical details on purpose, like I said. I'm here to answer any questions that you might have, and I will give you more on SDK2 after we're over with this deadline in our next meeting. So thank you for your attention. Manuela, back to you.
Thank you very much, Yanis, for the overall presentation, hoping that you have reassured the ones that are a bit worried about the updates of the SDK and the content of the SDK and the usage of the SDK. But anyway, as I said at the introduction, as you said during the presentation, the SDK is there to help. We consider it as a useful help, and we are using it for ourselves. Again, if anyone finds a better way of implementing eForms that does not require the use of the SDK, you are, of course, free to do so. We still believe that this is the best, or at least the way that we chose, so that's why we are sharing it. We still have 20 minutes before we close for lunch. I'm not really sure if my colleagues are ready to deal with all the questions that have been coming through Slido. Maybe we can give it a try, and at least for the less technical questions, let's say, or the policy questions, we may try to address some. And then we will come back in the afternoon and address the remaining ones, if that's okay. I'm in the same room with Carl, who is trying to put his thoughts together, and I see Yanis in front of me, who is also probably trying to put his thoughts together. Anyway, let's make the best use of the time and of the 20 minutes that we have until 12. So I'm not really sure if it's Jenny or Marketa who can share the questions, and we can try to go through them. We saw them and then they disappeared. Okay, so we see the questions. Again, we have them from the oldest to the newest. Carl, up to you to see if you are.
We've got some answers. We'll try to catch the answers we have. So you were talking about the fields that should not change through a change, and that's the list which shared in May and that I repeated today. So the question is, in these cases, should a notice be generated with a new contract folder ID? So this is at the XML level. So normally the procedure type in the contract folder ID should be the same through the procedure. So a change, yes, a change should have the same ID as a referred notice. Normally that should be the case. The next one, there are notices that are published in production, but their XML is not completely correct in section 612. So manual validation is not applied to detect these problems. So this is in the XML. So in this particular case, a notice was published where the tendering party did not include any organizations. So yes, we should add rules to make sure these mistakes don't happen. We'll discuss internally how we do these sort of validations. But the rules are not perfect, so it is possible to send notices that are not so complete and don't always make sense. We cannot control all the possibilities. So yes, this was the notice itself was missing information. When is expected end of life for SDK 1.5? So I think I covered that one later in the day. So this was sent shortly after we started. So this is January 2024. And the expected release dates for 1.9 and 2.0. So also we should have covered that. So 1.9, we hope to have it available early next month, so early October. And SDK 2 will come next year. So we'll have one more alpha release this year. And then beta release candidate final releases in 2024. So I think Yanis also covered that later. Do we still have access to the Central application after the 25th of October? Are the functional limitations compared to today? So we don't have any particular plans for that. Our current idea would be just to block submission of notices, keep the application in read-only mode for a few more months. The date itself is still there.
Maybe I can say something here, and then maybe our colleagues from DigiGrow, because I know that some colleagues from DigiGrow are following the workshop, may help. In principle, the deadline of the 25th is the deadline of the 25th, meaning that as per the regulation, we should not be having any more notices in the current form arriving. I know that there have been discussions lately. I know that even in the Slido questions, there were a number of related questions to the possibility of an extension. I'm not really sure if Mark Christopher or Silke, if one of them is attending, if there is anything that you would like to say at this stage, up to you.
Yes, then I will take it over. We are aware from some of the member states they are very much struggling for whatever reason. We know that a lot of member states are pushing to be ready on the 25th of October.
Was it me?
Okay, so we appreciate the efforts that everybody put into the system because of a few member states who approached us very recently, sometimes even out of the blue. We will accept eForms notices to be run until end of January. There will be no legal extension. So we will be able to accept notices in the current format, but only until end of January. So I hope that this answers the question that was, I can't see all the questions that were raised in the Slido questions, but I think this will answer some of the questions that you have.
Okay, well, thanks a lot,
We'll
Christopher.
give back to Manuela.
Yes, well, thank you very much for this fresh news. Okay, so as far as we understand, the situation is that it would be possible to accept notices in the current format until the end of January, which means that in that case, of course, the systems like the SN Tool API and others will have to be up and running. Otherwise, it would not make much sense. Okay, so this is the answer that we currently have. I hope that it will make some less panicking and more relaxed. Okay, back to Carl for the follow-up.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Christopher, Manuela. Yes. So yes, so I'll assume the questions are the same anyway, because whether the date moves or doesn't, well, it seems it will move a bit. The questions are still valid. So yes, our idea for eSend Tool would be to, on a certain date, to block the submissions, but keep the application available for consultation for a couple more months. So what we would do would block input, but not close the system completely. Keep it running. And that would be the same for the next question. Could you query a status? So we would allow read only. So that would be query would work to do it. So we have to look at eSend Tool and see which parts we have to tweak. Yeah. Again, will the technical API be made unavailable? We would keep some available and some not. Would it be possible to query the status after the date? Oh, sorry, I think I'm jumping. Made available. Okay, why is there a 24-hour date with notice dispatch date? So BT 05. So as I mentioned in the dynamic rules, BT 05 notice dispatch date, which was in eForms in 2019. It's the original and only dispatch date that was originally planned. This is the successor to notice dispatch date that you use today and send every day thousands of times in your current TED-XML. So whatever your logic is for notice dispatch today, put it into BT05. So today it's 12 hours. Now with eForms it's 24 hours. So we're giving you more time to do the same thing. If you take a couple of days on your side between your buyers and sending it to us, it's up to you to decide what is legally, what makes sense. As long as the buyer knows that what their dispatch date is for them, when they say, I have sent it for publication, I now can set all my deadlines based on when I sent it. That's the important thing for the buyer to know. So it's up between you and your buyers to figure out what that means. BT803 was added last year's amendment. It's an optional field for eSenders. We recommend you fill it, but this is basically just a technical timestamp. In theory, we at the publications office could even figure out for ourselves when you sent it to us from when we received it. This is when you say you sent it. Normally, it should be only a few seconds apart. So yes, BT05, keep whatever you're doing today. Don't invent anything new. And you have 12 more hours. Okay, this question is the same as before, so will it be available after 25th of October? It seems so. So eSend Tool will be there. The PDF format for the notices published on TED do not contain the BT IDs. What is the reason? We recommend that the notice on TED contain the BT IDs. This is a visual choice, so tenderers and readers of notices on TED have no need to discover the whole murky background of business terms and IDs. It would just make the notice very difficult to read. So that's a choice. That's a visual choice. What is expected end of life for SDK 1.7? It's May next year, so 12 months after we released it, so May 2024. By the way, my presentation before, some of my dates were wrong. So SDKs 1.3, 1.4, 1.5 were released in 2022, not 2023. But add 12 months to the release date, so May 24 for SDK 1.7. One of the extended notices E1 to E5 expected. They will come no later than November 24. So a year, more or less a year after the regulation is amended to actually legalize them, because until now, these voluntary notices only existed in the extended annex, which was an Excel that had no legal basis. The amendment will finally give them a legal basis, and we will develop against that and add, actually there's a sixth form that is squeezed in now, the contract modification for defense regulation. Okay, how do you expect us to develop our software when you don't have a stable version for a year? All the changes have to be done for everyone else. They're massive time delays. So Yanis addressed these. I don't know if you want to come back to it, Yanis, but I think this question came an hour before you presented. If you just want to respond again.
Well, I don't know if there is a need to recap, but I can recap. The key question here is the word. The keyword is basically a stable version. So as I explained, SDK is stable. So we have to explain what you mean a stable version. If you expect that zero changes will come into the content of the SDK, that doesn't have to do with the stability of the SDK, that has to do with the human ability of all of us, SOP and SE centers, to understand and interpret a regulation which is now being implemented in a series of information systems. So if you think that there is a reasonable expectation that we should, all of us, have figured this out and need zero changes by now, please explain it to us. But in my eyes, this is not possible to have zero changes. So the SDK is stable. The reason that we provide the SDK is so that you can develop your applications in a way that they can react better and cope better with these types of changes. That's my recap. I don't know if this helps.
Yeah, thanks, Yanis. That's correct. So each SDK is stable by itself. You pick the SDK you can work on. The next one, dynamic schematon rules to validate notices, I covered in my presentation. So yes, there are two rules. See my presentation. So these are questions that came in earlier. How to deal with wrong paths in 1.8. The attributes is not present. So in 1.9, the attributes are clearer. So it's not blocking. So 1.9 helps you do it. But this is something you can handle in SDK 1.8. So you need to be aware that that's something you need to pay attention to. Is the documentation on the fields are allowed to be changed when sending a change notice? This is no, not yet. So we've shared the fields we intend to check, but we will most likely do this after SDK 2 is there available. So we're not, but the documentation, see my presentation. So they're the fields we intend to use. They might change slightly by the time we set up the rule, but if you start controlling on your side for those, you'll be advanced. Is it possible to put multi-line text to BT24 lot with data type text multilingual? Would it be rendered as multi-line in the generated HTML? So just so you know, when I read some of the answers, it's because my colleagues have already given me the answer offline. So I reveal the secrets of this team effort. So thanks, Paul. The answer is no. So all the text fields in eForms do not allow multiple line breaks, multiple lines. So when it's rendered in HTML or PDF, only one language from each text multilingual field will be displayed. That's been fixed, but there is no multi-line. The functionality of eNotices 2 is limited compared with eNotices with eSend tool. So we assume the API. So you cannot manipulate the state of the notices, limits of testing. So the publication of notices can take any time from 1 minute to 5 days. We cannot reject notices either. Plans for a better system in place? No, not particularly. So indeed, you can submit, you can stop, you can query the status, and you can request a validation. So if don't know exactly what you need, so indeed you cannot manipulate the status of the notice. Notice has well, you can. If you've submitted a notice, you can stop it. So that's one manipulation you can have. The publication can take from 1 minute to 5 days. Well, in production, it'll be published when it needs to be published. In preview, we've had some issues with the publication part, but not the validation. So that happens to be something from purely for testing needed reasons. I agree. You cannot reject notices. I don't know what you mean, but if it's stop publication, that is one way to stop it. Rejection notice, if you want to cancel something, you published a can with no winner. So let us know which particular scenario is not working for you. I mean, the only scenario I can think that might have caused you trouble recently is the publication status, the published status of notice in preview. It's a specific one, but functionally the system is complete. So, but let us know if there's something, maybe we can see it. So indeed, publishing status is something we want to share with you, so you have a bit more visibility. But as far as I know, that's all we're missing. So the authentication login structure for TED eForms is very limited. So this is a developer portal issue. Using a generic user to do everything is really bad for horrible for identity management, and you shouldn't have generic accounts. By when will there be a state-of-art architecture? So we can see how to restructure things, but we don't have it planned yet. For now, you have one account, and that account is the one that sends us the notices. So the API has an API key. The API key is linked to an account. So that's what we have. We're assuming you're talking about the developer portal and the API. In eNotices 2, in the user interface, there are other structured organizations, and there can be a hierarchy. We don't have a hierarchy for a basic API key. But yes, we'll take note, see what options are available, but don't expect anything too soon. Is publishing status already implemented? So the version we're testing now has publishing status, so we hope to have it out next month. So we know that was a gap that was missing. Is a status polling API expected to be updated with SDK? What's the strategy here? No, the API functions for where you search a status doesn't change. It's independent of the SDK, so the status can be queried. So maybe explain what you mean with the SDK. So it's a software thing. It's nothing to do with the SDK. When will you improve the test environment be included in the publishing state and by allow us to manually set a certain state? So switch the status manually to published or see how systems respond. We don't have any option to do that. So the test environment is a best effort. We have not also added a whole entire TED test website to go with it. It's just too much infrastructure to keep going. So in preview, the test environment, the the way we have it is that it just switches to publish straight away. So there's no a very short publish-in state. That's what we have, and you can't switch it by hand. No, we haven't developed software purely for the testing environment. Okay, that's midday. I can take a break, but we'll continue with the rest. So we should be able to catch up with all your questions after lunch. Looking at the numbers, it should be feasible. So thanks very much. You can keep asking questions during the lunch break, but the later you leave it, the less likely you are to catch it between 2 and 4.
Okay.
So.
Second part of our workshop to eForms. We are going to address the numerous questions that came through Slido in the morning. As I said, if we have the time, we will go through the ones that are in the chat of the meeting, but if you can use Slido, it makes our lives easier. And the reason why we are following chronological order is to make sure that we reply to everything. There are other methods, probably more efficient for other purposes, but our purpose is to cover as much ground as possible. Before we actually start addressing the questions and giving the answers, my colleagues have some more questions for you. So if you can join us in Slido, and I think that Marketa or Jenny are going to share the 3 Slido questions that we have for you for the afternoon. So Carl, if you want to host, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Mola. I can host the questions. So yes, indeed, these are the classic questions just to ask you to get some feedback about the business issues presentation, the first one, just to get a feeling if we're covering the right things for you. This one is for us to know, so we won't share the background. But yes, we try to get a feeling for the questions that are coming through in the weeks and months before each workshop. So to try to address those in a presentation that covers them for everyone, even though we know there are lots and lots of very specific questions that might only affect you. Some affect a few more and some affect everyone. So please let us know. Okay, that should be good enough to get some feedback. Now we'll switch to the next one. So this was the Yanis's presentation for the technical issues and the concepts around the SDK. So if this was a useful roundup of the issues out there. Again, we know that one of the most useful things we do in these sessions is to have plenty of time for questions. So we'll get into them straight after these Slidos. And I think a couple more questions, if we could switch to the next one. Yeah, so this is a general open question about what do you need, what is still missing? I know you tell us, we ask the same question every time. We try to work on the feedback. Yeah, documentation, SDK and documentation, yes, stability is a big debate. So there's some discussion in the chat. Correct translations, yes, we do have, we are finishing off the gaps that in a couple of translations that were still missing translations in 1.9, they'll be backported. 1.8 was the big gap, which are the rule messages. And we know that translations vary a lot in every language. We tried to make the English understandable, but that's already a challenge in some cases. But we're seeing how we can get feedback from ministries or member states for translations. Stability has been widely discussed. We could have it. Information errors in the SDK. Yes, exclusion ground translations. They're 1.9, by the way. Better documentation for non-developers. In addition to the regulation itself, I find the CSV files are useful, so have a look there. Notice validation, we do. Definitions in the eForms regulation a lot. There are some gaps. The business terms, yeah, the descriptions in the regulation should be good enough. There will be some improvements in the amendment, but it's not always that easy. Visual overview would be to find ways to do that. More documentation, non-development examples. So we have a couple of sample applications. They're not complete, but they give you an idea. Correctly corresponding with XSD. Okay, there might be some cases in the documentation we could check. Not move fields and nodes. Yeah, that needs to be clearer. Quicker answers. Yeah, we try our best. Some take a bit longer. XML generation is there. Migration support. I guess you mean the switch to eForms because there's no actual migration of data. So stop with English as a default. In documentation, I'm afraid we have no choice. We have different languages, but we wouldn't cover them very well. But, in the SDK, we do provide translations to you, which we didn't provide before in the good old days. Okay, so thanks for the feedback. I think you could still send it. Just one question we keep asking you. Which are the parts you want, or you use the most? Or that if you're using the SDK for your application, which ones are you already using? Well, I think by now you will be using them if you're going to go live soon. So the schema is a mandatory part to a certain extent. You have to match the schema and you have to match the rules. But you might use the rules in different ways. You might use a schematron, you might write the rules yourself. You might use an EFX agnostic version of the rules. I guess code lists will be popular as well because this is useful to know what's valid for each value check. And then it depends on you if you use the notice type definitions for your screens, if you have your own viewer with view templates. So you can go further into it. If you use the EFX grammar to do some interpretation on your side to help your end users to interpret what could be a rule coming up. And translations, I guess they are convenient for you to avoid you translating things by yourselves. Okay, that's very complete. So thanks very much for your feedback. And let's go back to where we were. And just see in a internal one. Yes, publishing state. I think this is where we finished off. We had so in the preview environment, publisher state is quite short because there's just a tool that switches things to published. So that's quite difficult to test. We don't have any easy solution for that. That's just the way it is. But you don't really need to test publishing. Publishing and published are quite close in terms of if you want to stop publication, you get the same response. And if you get published within a couple of minutes, that's an advantage. It means you can test your continue procedure or change a notice immediately. If we imitated TED for real, you'd have to wait till the next day to get your published status. So I think that's actually better for testing. But yes, preview had some issues with the public status, which should be resolved now. User readable error messages for the validation endpoint. So CVS gives you messages which are being translated now, and we want to continue improving them. Not all of them can be easily improved. Sometimes the combination of information is difficult. But for example, we want to make sure we refer to the fields consistently. So most of our messages have things like field name and then in brackets a field ID, use a convention like that, so that the same label you see on the screen, the same label we use elsewhere for a field name, is the same one you see in the message. That helps users find things. Okay, Robin, have we secured extra staff in for the 25th of October? Well, if the extension is confirmed, then we would like to think that some of you might choose to go live, not exactly all on the same day, which possibly was the case, and that the switch will be a bit less congested. So eSend tool would still be available after the 25th. So that should ease the pressure around a single date. So Cyril, when a notice is not published for lawfulness human check error, will there be a report that can be retrieved with the API to explain why? So when a notice goes into lawfulness, you'll get the warning when it's submitted. If after it has been manually checked for lawfulness, the buyer, so the notice author email, should get an email to tell them that the notice is not published. So that is available. And the API, you can query the status not published. So it's sitting in submitted status until it's manually either goes into published and published or goes into not published. And as I mentioned, actually I probably answered this in the presentation, we want to add some reason codes for why the notice is not published. So you could also query with a bit more subtlety. Where can we get the API key for going live as an existing eSender? So you have to go to the developer portal. So developer.ted.europa.eu. You create a profile and you generate a key in production for production and get started already in preview. You can try it out. But the eSend tool accounts are not migrated. So you create yourself for the first time. Translations for errors and warnings in German. So all the labels are now available in all 24 languages. We added the translations for the rule and expression messages in SDK 1.8 in July, and I think the week after the previous SDKs got patched. So you should be able to do that. There are a small number of missing labels, like the exclusion ground code list, which will be translated in 1.9, and then we'll patch that back as well. So there are a couple of gaps. If you're stuck, use a local. You can fill in your local SDK if needed. When will Form E1 be mandatory? How do you publish a market exploration? So they're not mandatory. It's a voluntary form. From our side, we will start work on the E1 form after the second amendment is adopted, so before the end of this year, and it should be available no later than November next year. So it gets legalized, this one. But it's a voluntary form, so it's not mandatory. So it'll become available to publish with us as well. The documentation where all the fields and characteristics are reported, as we've done the old validation rules XNS. So I think I covered this also in the presentation as a reminder. There are CSV files in the developer docs in the metadata reference section. And if you like Excel, you import them into there as you wish. So yeah, in the good old days, we gave you a schema and an Excel and you all figured it out. Now we give you an entire SDK and now we also provide something you can put into Excel. How do we guarantee that the eForm is only filled out in the language chosen and there's no mixed language? Is this not subject to lawfulness? It is the notice author's responsibility. Yes, it's up to the notice author to say, if I'm submitted in Greek, that everything is in Greek and you don't mix Greek and English or whatever. We will no longer manually check the language of the notice content. So until now, we have language teams who check everyone, they read every one of your notices and they can pick it up. With eForms, you won't have this team. You won't have that contractor. We will save millions and validate faster. Possibly in the future, we could imagine some machine detection and maybe flag it for lawfulness, but this is not even planned. So yes, let's trust the bias for once. Can a change notice be submitted for the same procedure not before the previous one has been published on TED? No. So for change, you always must wait it's been published. So in a very short time, you might need to wait overnight if you want to change something. But then again, you could change it and publish it the next day. So quicker turnaround. When will publishing status be available? Will it be available on preview first so you can test it? Yes, basically we will deploy in preview a day or two before production so that you can test it. Although in preview, publishing status doesn't really exist because you don't have to wait until the next morning on TED. So it won't be easy to test publishing as its own. But yeah, it depends what you're trying to do. If you stop notice, if it's in publishing, you can't stop it. Even if it's published, you can't stop it either. So it doesn't change fundamentally the workflow. So the regulation about that we, the Publications Office, must confirm receipt of the notice, and this is a proof of publication. Indeed, this is the Publications Office responsibility. Now, the multiple dates sent by the sender and no such status in e-notices too. How do you deal with it? So what we do is that we notify the sender when notice is published by email, and the same way we do today. So basically, it's the same function. And as I discussed in the meeting, we'll check that the e-sender gets a copy, but the notice author that you provide is the one who gets that email. So let's keep it that way. Is there a checklist to go live with eNotices 2? eNotices 2 is already live, at least for web users, and the API is already there. For e-senders using the API, we don't have a checklist. So it really depends on your situation there. We discover from the questions we get, there's so many different cases that a checklist would not help in each case. So in Italy, you need to get the PDF-A files from TED, which is signed on TED. This is a bit beyond our scope for reception and e-senders. So we'll get back to you. We'll ask our TED website colleagues what is there. It's more of a reuser aspect. We can get hold of those TED ones.
Maybe I can give some further information. There will be a webinar or a workshop for reusers on the 16th of October. 18th of October. So you are welcome to join because this kind of question is certainly going to be addressed on how you will be able to reuse the data. And indeed, you can download PDF-A from TED. How exactly? The technicalities, I think you can, if you join the workshop, there will be an answer for that.
Okay, version deprecation every 12 months. You have to constantly update. There's no time to carry out procurement with your developers. Yes, to get your contractors in. Take a few months to analysis, development, testing. A few months live, and the cycle starts again. Is it really okay? I'm afraid this is a reality. You can't just plug and play and hope it's never going to change again. You will need constant updates. So what we currently have in TED XML schema, so the 208, the 209 schemas, they're already changing every year, and we give everyone 6 months to change. The way we have it now with the SDKs, you choose the version you want to support. You upgrade at your own pace in 12 months. Legally, the eForms regulation is changing every year. So at least for me, annual change of some sort seems inevitable. So we need to set up our systems and organizations to handle these changes. The SDK can be part of this flexibility and agility. So it's meant to help you. But yeah, expect constant change in some way. It's up to you to see at what speed and at what times, but we're on the train now. What happened to planned SDK 2.0? So this was asked before Yanis's presentation, but just to check what he said. So SDK 2.0 Alpha 1 has been released. So we had hoped to go faster, but in the end, we decided there's no need to rush because there are not many eSenders ready to jump to SDK 2. So we will release it in 2024. You can already see what is in the pipeline with the alpha release. It's possible to create contract modifications for design contests. Your eSender said it was only possible to generate changes for design contest. So for contract modification notices, you can recreate them if you have a result already. So in the case of a design contest, eForms 36 and 37 eForms, and then your contract modifies something that already has a result, but that exists for design contests. When can we expect an SDK mature enough that'll receive support for more than 12 months? Upgrade into minor versions here and there sounds reasonable, but major upgrade every 12 months is a disaster. Imagine if the EU authorities were upgrading laws every 12 months. I can confirm the EU authorities are already updating the laws every 12 months. So that's the European Commission in conjunction with all your member states and your policies and ministries. So that's just the legal side. The SDK helps us handle these changes. If we're trying to do this with the old TED-XML schema, I think we'd just all be dead and give up because it was so inflexible. So we have an improved way to do it. Again, the definition of what maturity is, how mature it is, it depends on you. We keep improving the SDK to make it easier, and it should go faster and faster. But again, setting aside the discussion of maturity and stability, expect change. Okay, when we have talked about the links in the case of awards within a framework contract, use OPT 100. What should be linked to what? Question. So OPT 100 contract is used to refer to the contract notice that established the framework agreement. You have your result, and now you have your contract notice, and when you're publishing the awards, you can link back to that contract notice multiple times because you have multiple awards within the same framework contract. Form 16. So there's some nodes inside a group, but the parent is something else. Why is it consistent? How can you manage them? So there are some inconsistencies that you do need to manage them. We are in the process of reviewing the NTDs so that things fit together better, so it's more consistent and more easy to line up with the XML. So there are some cases you need to handle, and we'll keep improving the SDK as we go along. Okay, so we are testing the software, you're finding errors, not technical of a legal matter. Until it's not stable, we should have a deadline postponement, so deadline has been exposed. If you have any legal questions about the SDK, please let us know. As far as we're aware, we've only come across 2, which we will backport to the SDK patches. So as far as I know, the SDK is not illegal. So it's stable enough, you can publish eForms. If it's illegal, we have to tell about 5 or 6 member states that they are publishing illegally, which doesn't seem to be the case. But yes, we welcome the postponement of the deadline because it gives everyone time to adjust and digest for those of you who are still working. About the emails. So the buyer gets an email when the notice is published with the same buyer name. So what we're using is we're looking at the BT 500, the organization name, which is attributed to the role of the buyer. OPT 300 buyer procedure. So when we find a match, the the buyers will be notified when there's a match which is exactly the same name. So this is a new feature which we will set up. Okay, maybe we can clarify that, but hopefully that makes sense. If a delegated contracting authority manages a contracting phase, so contract notice, can, and changes, and then a different contract authority manages the contract execution, so who would publish the contract modification notice, is it possible for this delegating authority to publish with its address information? I'm not so sure about the legal aspects, but in principle, the buyer or that is shown in the contract award notice would be the same as in the contract modification notice. But at least for now, we have no rules to control this. And I'm not sure it would be easy for us to control because through a procedure, at any point in a procedure, it is possible that a buyer might change name, even if it's the same name. So a buyer gets renamed some sort or moves address. We can't check if it's the same buyer or not. So technically, I think there's no block-in. Legally, I'm not exactly sure how this works, but we wouldn't stop you. I think that was a question. This question about the buyer name. So this was the previous one. So please don't alert each buyer every time the organization publishes. Okay, we'll review again this functionality and check what is involved. So if I understand correctly, you would not want buyers who have the same name to be aware of their colleagues publishing notices in the same organization. Okay, we'll have to see this if this function would cause trouble. At worst, you get too many emails, but let us know if there are any cases you think it wouldn't work for you, or you have particular setups where maybe you have one enormous buyer and you have too many people who would be informed. Consider that you need more time for everyone time to implement and train the contract authorities. Constant legal and technical changes caused by errors at created dates. As far as I know, the errors that you claim are not necessarily blocking anyone. So our SDK versions provide improvements, but we do not block anyone from going live. And again, as far as I know, nothing we do is illegal. Pick an SDK version you want and go with it. But yes, now you have more time, which I think, yes, indeed, for training, it will be particularly useful, even if technically you're ready. Will be a national form, for example, E6 for contract notification. So at TED and eForms, we only handle EU level notifications. So we don't know if you will use E6 at national level. That'll be used separately. All we know is that by November 2024, if you want to, it's a voluntary form, E1 to E6, you can send it to us and we will publish it. When will the validation via the CVS service be complete with all the compilation logics? So conditional mandatory, mutually exclusive field, and so on. So SDK 1.8, we put back many conditional mandatory and forbidden rules. So you'll notice a big increase then in SDK 1. We still have more rules we will add in SDK 1.9 and 1.10, not as many 1.8, so it's becoming more incremental. And for information, the conditional mandatory, conditional forbidden conditionally forbidden rules we are reaching now, they're a bit less useful or valuable. So there's rules like you can only put a description if you indicated the indicator is true. So if you take an indicator, you can't have a description if it's false, those sort of things. So not hugely difficult controls or not fundamentally important if they're missing. So it's more just for consistency that we improve them bit by bit. But yes, we're trying to finish off the ones we have that we could implement and then leave it as that. So in our presentation, we said that you can use both TED publication number, so 1 to 8 digits with a year, or the eForms UUID to link notice. But the TED publication number format is not accepted in SDK 1.5, and you're facing blocking issues for higher version. Will we face any issue using only eForms UUID? I think if you use eForms UUID, you have no issues at all. There was an issue with the pattern for publication number, so it wasn't accepting leading zeros, and this was resolved in SDK 1.7.0. We're not aware of any issues with the UUID itself, so the UUID one is the one which should work in all cases. But yes, only eForms notices have the UUID. So if you're trying to refer to something before, you would have to use the TED publication number. But we'll try to clarify exactly what the rules were before 1.7. But yeah, get in touch if you have a particular case and we'll have a look. Organization as part of the notice is a really bad solution. Please consider that notices in the end need to be read by economic operators. I'm not too sure if you mean the XML itself or the way it's displayed. I assume you mean about reading, so it's the viewer, because it's economic operators. So organizations can have more than one role. So if we put all the organization information every time that organization comes up with all its address and everything, that would make it quite long. So in the viewer, the HTML and PDF, we've chosen to put the bulk of the organization details at the bottom, so it's easier to read the notice. So if you see, this company won all the lots, you will only see the full details of the company once. You just see the name as you go through. We think this is okay. If you've got any better ideas, let us know. So we're open to improvements. Please get in touch. We've commented that the change should not be sent until the notice is published. Wouldn't be enough for the previous notice to be in publishing status. Yeah, that's a possibility. I mean, it's partly a question of principle. So normally you cannot change something that isn't published yet. If we received, yeah, we'd have to see what the implications are. So at the moment, you can only change something that's published, and you do have to wait, possibly till the next morning. It also allows us to avoid too many accumulation of notices coming in, which overlap. So imagine you send us something and you want to publish it in 3 days' time. If you send us another change in between, we'd have to know which one it is. It's true if it's in publishing status, we would know already that one would go out and the next one could queue up for that. So we'll have a think of what could be done here. But yeah, for now, it's only published. Are there any future plans for long-term support releases? I think LTS. No. So for now, every SDK is supported in a similar way. It would be difficult to pick one SDK being more valid for long-term support than another one because they are incremental. There's no reason why one would be better. So currently, yes, end of support means not active. So end of support means not active and not patched. They go together for now. That's correct. Is it true that a voluntary ex-ante transparency notice has to be published only if the type of procedure is a negotiated procedure and without prior publication of a call for competition? Or can it be another type, contract, direct award? I'm afraid I'll have to check this one. I don't know the answer. We'll ask directive experts if they can tell us. I don't think eForms would know the difference if you send it to you. Again, if any of the SDK versions legally false, if you are aware of any legal failure in the SDK versions, please let us know. We will have to tell a handful of countries that they're currently violating the directives. Those countries at least have accepted non-publishing okay. Do you publish an SDK version every 2 or 3 months? Do you think it's realistic to expect eSenders to update once a year if you change your mind this often? Yes, I think it's realistic to expect you to update at least once a year because the amendment changes every year and things get better every year, so prepare for change. We don't change our mind, we improve what we have. And there's regulation amendments, so prepare for change. Will the E1 to E6 not be specified until autumn 24? That's correct. We will include them in an SDK no later than November 24. So the next question also for November 24 deadline for OP, is this a precautionary timeline? So you'd like to adopt them sooner if possible. And if they're not available until November in the SDK, this would be a problem for you. We'll see what we can do before November, but we can't commit to it. This is 6 new forms, a bunch of rules, 6 new view templates, rules, labels. We've just finished implementing 40 eForms plus 5 other forms, and another 6 showing up. Just where we're still trying to support you to go live. So we can't be sure we can go any faster. So if next year is super smooth and we've got nothing else to do, we can move faster. But right now, we'll see where we are. So in a single slide to tell us we're working on 3 SDKs, all unreleased. What's the point? Why not focus and make it stable? This is not rationalizing efforts within the OP, and it's crazy for the eSenders. So SDK, we're not working on it anymore. We're testing it. So there's no active work. So small changes. 1.10 is in development. So those 2 are succeeding one after the other. And SDK 2 is in alpha. So there has been some work on SDK 2, but we're slowing down on it to make sure we get other things done. In any case, this is our problem, not yours. So you pick the version you need and you work on it. I don't know what's crazy for you. You don't have to change SDK as fast as us. You pick the one you want.
If I may, Carl, add something here.
Will the additional metadata include information on a field if the field is allowed to be changed or in a change type notice? So it's a good question. I think we're assessing this one internally. We'll have a look how this is expressed about changeable, but we don't have it yet. Every version of the SDK includes updates in the rules. What do these rules respond to? Updates in law, defects. So it's mostly additions. So for example, in 1.8, we added more conditional mandatory ones. In some case, we improve a rule which makes more sense in a certain way. So updates to the law, not as such. Yeah, the couple where indeed they contradicted the directive. So we had a couple of those cases which we had to do. One about CPVs and being allowed. So that's an improvement. There's some other ones like, I don't know, the emails that are valid. We're loosening that so you can have other different types of emails. So questions like that. But there are improvements, not, well, we express rules in better ways. We claim we're trying to release faster. There seems to be the wrong objective mindset. Releasing less means more stability. One thing about releasing faster is our internal processes. So the time between we freeze a scope on an SDK and we get it into your hands. So that 1.9 is ready. We have our release candidate, and ideally we test and put it out quite quickly. So you wouldn't get the impression that we're working on things in parallel, because we're not, but the less time, the better. And to release in SDK versions in general, well, every SDK we release is better. So why not put them out and put that in your hands and give you a chance to move up to something which might help you in certain conditions. So it doesn't seem bad to keep releasing SDKs. Again, the ones that are released are stable. What is the state of your help support? So you've been trying to find an answer for one of your notices for some time, and you're not getting the help. So we do try to answer all questions. So please get in touch again and insist if you don't get an answer. It's okay to chase us. We try our best, and if we don't, we'll keep trying. Some questions are easier than others, but in principle, there should be no question left behind. So the Oxford Dictionary decides it one way. The SDK is neither mature or stable. Yeah, but SDK releases that have been published do not change apart from the patches. So no, it's not likely to move. Your SDK version is unlikely to move again. Okay, get into a few more. So we said we should introduce. You said we should introduce issues with the SDK in GitHub. Should we introduce them in GitHub? The request to the help desk that are not fixed yet?
No.
Yeah. No. Okay.
No.
Well,
the requests for the help that go to the help desk are not technical. We have separated. The help desk is not for technical.
We have two types of help desk: the business help desk, so what we call the TED help desk, and a technical help desk through GitHub. So, and the idea is that technical issues should go to GitHub because that's where the technical colleagues will look into. Business issues should go to the TED help desk. So introducing in GitHub requests to the help desk that were not fixed yet may not help a lot because they are not going to be solved unless they were considered to be business and actually they are technical, in which case they should go into GitHub. But as Carl said, sometimes there are questions that arrive. They can be quite tricky and therefore take longer to be replied. But do chase us if there are any specific things that are there for a long time and for which you don't have an answer, and we will try to see what the issue is and not necessarily find a solution, but at least reply and say that we are working on a solution. Okay. But bear with us because indeed the number of requests are increasing because everybody is moving surely, slowly but surely towards eForms, and therefore the number of queries that both help desks are getting is increasing. And we are still the same team, so and still doing our best to accommodate everybody. Okay. Carl, I think the next one is for you.
Yes. So how to implement that if the name of the buyer changes only? What is the change notice section? So that you refer to the technical identifier of the organization for which the name is changed. That's what you put in there. We want to go live with eForms on the 25th of October. Which is good. What is the solution in the case that TED asks a shortage on all notice in all format just before? We have to drop out the old notice and make a new one because investments are different in the old and new notices. I'm not too sure what you mean by shortage. So maybe you mean that you have submitted something in current XML and in the 5 days you get a response saying that it cannot be published. In the meantime, you switch to the new system. You would have to encode it in the new system and send it to us in eForms. Technically, yes, if you're able to keep your two systems in parallel, so you finish the publication in the old system and start new ones in the new one, that probably would give you flexibility. And as the systems will be available after the 25th, that option is now open to you. So hopefully that will help not having too violent a cutoff between one system and the other. You were told by the EU Help Desk that today there will be new information given on the transition from FTP to HTTPS for the notice Bulldog for users. Any news? As Manuela said, if you're a reuser, please join the reusers workshop on the 18th of October. We will address questions like that, so bulk downloads. Look at the also the session we had in June. I think that had some answers already for that. But FTP to HTTPS won't change before January, that's for sure, because that comes with a change of the new TED website, which is totally unrelated to eForms. Just happens to be at the same time because we like to keep busy. And yeah, so FTP is there till the end of the year. There was a CVS problem on previous system on the 9th of August until mid-morning. On that day, we had training of your new system and you're quite essentially affected by this unexpected. Can we expect similar service disruptions later? I can't recall what we did on the 9th of August. In preview, we also inform you at least a day before, preferably 2 days before, if there's any downtime. We generally aim to keep all our downtime limited between 7 and 9 Central European time, so depend on your time zone, but a bit before working hours gets too deep. But yeah, it can happen, so we hope we don't disrupt you. We're aware preview is very popular. It's outstripped our expectations, but yes, if you're really planning something really big in preview, get in touch. It's not a production website, and even production, it can go down. Well, it can go down without our plans, which we hope it never happens. Hasn't happened yet, but yeah, we should give you a couple of days warning. Okay, thank you, Anonymous. OP, don't read the comments that SDK approach is not good.
Excuse me. Bertrand wanted to say something.
Yes, sorry.
See your yeah, you have your screen. You don't see the raised hands. So if you could allow Bertrand to speak if he wants to say something.
Yeah, hello. Just on the previous question on the unavailability of CVS, it was very unplanned. It was a technical issue on the application, which caused it to not only crash, but also not be able to restart. So, yeah. So those are by definition unplanned, the same way that sometimes cloud providers have issues that are completely out
We seem to have some kind of discrepancy here because there is a list of questions that show up on screen.
It's okay.
But I guess that Carl is handling it, so he has everything under control. But it may happen that he's replying to something that is not exactly what is on screen. But okay, that's the hiccups of live sessions.
Okay, sorry. I tend to keep going because we have an offline version of your questions where we share the questions and answers. So I use that one because it has answers I can give you that don't just come off the top of my head, thanks to my colleagues. So yes, CVS was a particular case. But yes, we send emails when things are down and occasionally we don't control them, but get in touch. So the HTML PDF API is flaky and slow. Can you expect to be stable enough for use for prod workloads at launch? Please get in touch. We're not aware if it's particularly flaky or slow. We do have a new release coming out in the next couple of weeks, which should make it a bit faster. But yeah, if you've got anything that you notice, let us know. So we can always try it out. But I think I'm not sure if some of the eSenders are already using it directly in production in their own system. So it's already part of your production. What do you think if you apply the 24-hour rules to BT 803 instead of BT 05? Because as a national eSender authority, you have 2 days by law to check the notice. We can't switch to BT 803 because all our rules refer to BT 05. BT 05 is mandatory, BT 803 is optional. So BT 05 is the original dispatch date as conceived in the regulation. BT 803 was added last year as an optional field for the XML to record your timestamp when you send it to us. But yeah, whatever you do today in notice dispatch date, put that in BT05 and nothing should change for you. So it's up between you and your buyer what you consider as being sent. And 24 hours should be fine because today your processes are based on a 12-hour rule. I understand there is some complexity and subtlety in there, and we have sometimes internal debates about what exactly it means, but as long as your buyers know when the deadlines are for them, when their dispatch date is considered the dispatch date, when they send it to the official journal, that's the important piece of information. So buyer awareness is the most important. The SDK, when you fix the error, you're not 100%, it's not stable, it's constantly changing. The SDK is constantly improving. Pick the SDK that works for you. If some eForms change notice and TED publication web page, but we cannot find the previous notice. The notice contains the UU reference to the previous notice, but we cannot filter TED notice on the web page with UUID procedure value. What is the plan? Can we filter to procedure UUID? I don't know if you mean what is on TED itself. I think the current TED in the advanced search doesn't offer you the UUID as a search criteria. It doesn't offer you the procedure ID, but the expert search does. So if you go to expert search and look at the syntax, you will see there are a couple of parameters you can use. I think it's notice-identifier. And I think maybe procedure identifier is there as well, which in the expert search you can find them. So have a look. I think in the new TED website that will be a bit more transparent. So expert search, I think, has your answers. But we'll have a check if you're referring to the TED website. Okay. So this is for Yanis, if you want to answer this one about the reliable SDK.
Yes, so the stability of the release cycle of the SDK.
We cannot hear you.
At all. Can you hear me? You cannot hear me?
No, yes, it's
No,
okay.
it was just me. Sorry.
All right, okay. So look, like I said earlier, we're trying to stabilize the release cycle in something shorter than it is now. Now you're saying something about once every 2 months. In theory, there will be a point in time where we will not have anything to change in the SDK until the legislation changes. And at that point in time, of course, there will not be updates anymore. But currently, there is a lot. There is a lot because everybody is noticing something. Every one of you notices something. Every one of us is noticing something. Something that needs clarification, something that is not just right. And the reason we are noticing it is because we are using it. So at this point in time, we need to release often, even more often than we already do. As we go along, this craze of releases will normally, space out, and at some point, in theory, there will be no need for making any further releases. The idea of releases is that we spotted something that is not as it should be, and therefore we create a new version that fixes it. That's all, nothing else to it. I don't know if this covers you. We're trying together with you to figure this out as best as we can. And yes, indeed, in a way, all of us are building a plane while we're flying it. It is what it is. I hope this covers.
if I could just add, I think, so maybe it's a predictability of the recycle, if it's every 2 months or every 3 months, to have something a bit more fixed. But my feeling is maybe we might change every quarter. I think of quarters because code lists often change every quarter. So we would synchronize with the Eurocalibri code list every quarter, and quarter might be the right cycle to pick things up. But this is once we're on a cruise speed.
It will
that we can-
stabilize to
but we're not
something
there.
by itself.
Yep.
It's not that we want to make releases all the time. We don't want to release anything. We just have to. It will stabilize as the issues that we are spotting and fixing are decreasing. That's
Yep.
it's natural.
But there will be just content changes. We have a regulation that will change again. So
Yeah.
between now and June, we have to add some fields.
Yeah, but
between
not every
now
month.
and
Okay?
December.
Not every month.
No,
Currently,
but it'll be every quarter at
we're
least. So
changes
yep.
every day.
Yep.
Okay, and we are just bundling them together in a release, taking into account our ability to test and roll it out,
Yep.
but bundling them together and pushing them out so that they're accessible by the senders. And that is why we have also so many versions of the SDK active, so that everybody can take their own pace and try to reach their goal, regardless of whether they're doing metadata-driven applications or however everybody found a way to solve this problem. At some point, it will stabilize. We will keep monitoring, and as you roll out, we will keep monitoring this.
Okay. Yeah, thanks. Well, we need some, yes, should get better. Cyril, this is a good question. The case of the interruption of the eForms submission service, will the dispatch date will be temporarily disabled temporarily? It's not planned. We would hope to have things working again in less than 24 hours. So indeed, one of the reasons 24 hours is to give us a bit of margin. But we should assess the need of if that's even feasible. So yeah, it's a good question. Normally, no, but in practice, we would have to accept that you have sent it within the 24 hours, up to us to handle it. BT24 description. In the case of notification notice, 6,000 characters not enough to say what has changed. Can we make it bigger or have a new field? So when you modify a contract modification notice, you should be referring to the contract section and the result section that you were changing. Rather not change all of BT24, which is quite a big one, maybe focus on the specific fields in each section. So you could use the additional informations that exist and the sections that are available. But if you have any cases, let us know which particular field and when you would need something more. But we don't want the notices to be too huge. You're not expected to put everything in there. Okay, the 24-hour for BT05. You forced the eSender to change the original notice at least one point. Is that okay? When we get it, we don't know who filled in BT05. That's between you and your buyers. So for us, it's just the dispatch date that you put. So if you do that, it's okay. We don't do it. So eNotices 2, for example, just puts BT205 when people press submit. Okay, there are a lot of unidentified messages that the user can see, and we saw it on the form. For example, the all order of important associated values must be slower or the same as total number of occurrences. The trouble is you cannot identify the BT field for these messages. Can you make the messages more accurate? We'll have to look at some of these. There's some cases which are more related possibly to the XML structure. We'll have a look at these sort of errors where we cannot tell you which BT is involved because an entire node of XML is causing the problem. So it's sort of like one level up from a BT field. We'll see which cases we can identify, if there's anything we can do to make the message easier. Some of these messages, indeed, when you get sent to the user directly, can be confusing for the user. So you should also see which messages you might need to catch in between to provide something easier to the user. So CVS has many messages that can be given directly to the user and are translated, but there are also messages which are more of a technical in nature, which you should consider if you really want to pass them on in the raw way. But yeah, we know it's a challenge to get good messages for users. So yes, there's a question like, this is exactly a good example. So you get an XML error when a field is mandatory. So a node is missing under an element in the XML. Why don't you get a user-facing message? And this can happen. When I did the webinar yesterday for eNotices 2, even eNotices 2 can provide these messages which are not user-friendly. This can be because an element is missing in a whole group. So when the XML is generated, the message you get back saying the XML is not complete. I'm missing an entire group. I cannot tell you exactly which BT is missing. The best way to get around it is to make sure that all the mandatory fields have at least one field. So at least the XML is complete, and it can be passed by the schematron that can give you a more specific message if really there's something still to be said. But some of the work is also to make sure that the notice types and the nodes align nicely. So this is less likely to happen. Okay, do I understand that is impossible, that it will be possible to send V9 publications until the end of January? So V9 being the 209 TED XML schema, that's my understanding. And yes, that we will confirm it with the Commission to confirm that the root eSend tool remains open with the 209 schema, and even 208 if you're using the defense forms. So yes, that's what we intend to confirm, but in principle that it will be the case. Is there somewhere a manual of how exactly for eSender should be created? I can't find it. So there is one link if you look at the FAQ and the preview page. So there's documentation for TED developers. So docs.ted.europa.eu, get started there. So as an eSender, you need to generate your API key from the TED developer portal. So you log in preview and in prod separately. So they're two independent systems. With your EU login, you go into TED developer portal, get your API key. At the same time, you go with the same login, you go to eNotices 2 web interface once, so that eNotices 2 knows that it's you, and any notices that come through that account will be paired with you and your API key. So check the documentation, it should be there. Yes, TED support, the public email is not working. So the good one is op TED helpdesk at publications.europa.eu. That's right. If you have a business or an API problem, you have to write to this address. That's great. Do you plan to have a public ticketing system or manage Git issues for eSenders and API users? Not as such. So we do have, so for the business issues or operation issues, continue contacting the help desk. It could be the contact form has issues, but I think it sends, so it should be okay. We're thinking we might improve that form to have a more structured contact form. But if you're stuck, indeed, send an email. For GitHub, it's only for SDK issues, and there's discussions and there are issues. So you can keep track of them in GitHub there. We'll have a look again, see if there's a way we can track the GitHub issues a bit more transparently and say this maybe this issue comes in that SDK. So there will be some part will be a bit more public. But the help desk one, there is a ticketing system behind it, but it's not public. Okay, so Mark Christopher Schmidt said that TED will accept all forms to the end of January 24. I'll leave that one to you, MC.
Unmute? Oh, super. Okay, many thanks. I couldn't unmute myself. Yes, OP will accept the old forms till the end of January because we have been approached, as I said before, by some member states. And we will, of course, bilaterally, and we will, of course, give them feedback back. There is this question about that the deadline only includes the 25th of October, but we need legal certainty. The implementing regulation is derived in the end from, has to be based on the public directives. Therefore, the fields that are mandatory in the directives are actually covered by the current forms, but also by the future forms. There are some additions through secondary law that are not catered for in the current forms, which will be catered for in eForms. And we, our approach is to support the member states to give them more time to iron out the last issues that they face for going live. And yeah, I hope that this should answer all the questions. The next one was, did we understand correctly that notices in the old formats will still be accepted till January 24th? Yes. Yes, your old publishing system can be kept alive even after the 25th of October. It is a decision that the member states have to take, not us. It is just to support member states that they can be ready. So I think those two questions have answered. I give the floor back with the next one.
Thanks very much, Mark Christopher. So appreciated to have that information today. I know it was quite difficult to figure out what the implications are, but from the operational point of view, this means eSend tool stays open until the end of January. So of course, if you're no longer using your eSend tool account, please let us know. We would like to know which ones we can switch off, at least for submission. So if you're not using it anymore, that helps us see what's coming up. But the tabs stay open until the end of January. And this, I think, will help many e-senders to adapt their plans in a more less urgent way. It opens up some opportunities. Okay, translations. Yes, so 1.8 included translations, especially for the rule messages. And you were waiting very much. You were disappointed in Hungarian in particular. When will you fix it? 1 month to go live. So, you know, even as an extension, you might still want to go live. So we appreciate that. Hungarian, yes, that's a tough language. We don't have easy ways to fix them all. We wanted to open up ways where we could share the labels with you. You can give them back to us and we can implement them in an SDK. In terms of timing, yes, 1 month is a bit short and there's lots of Hungarian. So, but I think we might have your contact details anonymous. I think we have a Hungarian contact, someone who has asked us already about that. And we were trying to find the contacts who could give us the reliable translations. So yes, we'll find ways to share those labels in a way that it's easy for you to contribute. It's tricky, yeah. We could track down a Hungarian colleague who might help us in the short term, but it's better if we get formal replies. Okay, why do you make a new SDK until October 25th. Why don't you fix the errors of old SDKs faster? There are a lot of PDF and translation errors. We have to wait for fix 4 to 6 months. The fixes of old SDKs come in new SDKs. So why can't do it faster? Well, that was a discussion about should we release SDKs faster? So obviously, yes, we should. It takes an effort to get each SDK out. PDF errors, they get backported. If you mean the PDF viewer errors, so those should get fixed progressively, and the translations also get backported. Yes, some fixes take 4 to 6 months. It depends on the nature of the work. So if we miss an SDK and you have to wait to the next one, that's going to add a few months before it comes out of the new one and gets backported. I don't know, yes, how much we can do faster. So yes, we fix errors with new SDKs. That's how we do it. Okay, there's no information about API updates or any release notes. Earlier, CVS came message codes, not only for messages. But after the 23rd of August, CVS did not pass message codes. You have used the message codes to update, so this messed the way your system works. Can we have any information about API updates in the future? I don't know what changed on that date. Normally, we add information. Certainly the SVR, if you mean the SVRL, that has not changed at all. And I think there was even one improvement, one of the SDKs, which added diagnostic information. So it helps you link the error to the BT that is concerned, which you can use on your front end to help the user. So Bertrand, yes, please go ahead.
I'll even this time think about starting my camera if it does. Okay, yes. So the only thing I can think about is that this kind of matches the release of SDK 1.8, where we have added a lot of translations for those messages. So indeed, the behavior of CVS in the response is to, if it has the translation of the message in the requested language, it puts it there. If it does not, it puts the code of the message. But this is just a fallback, just to not have an empty thing. We put something, the code. But this is in SVRL, and in SVRL, it is in the element that is supposed to contain the text of the error. So here, let's raise the debate, what is a breaking change and what is not? It's not a breaking change, it's a field that's supposed to contain text. It contains text. If you want to identify the rule that caused the error, it is provided in a specific attribute in the response of the SVRL. So it is there. So yeah. But if it's a real specific issue, please file an issue for this, because I might be misinterpreting this.
Oh, thanks, Bertrand. That's yes. So it was SDK related, but indeed, until we provided translations, we had the code in the code part and the code repeated in the text part, and then the text was repeated by translations and labels with translations which are worth what they're worth. Okay, thanks. Can you please confirm in writing we'll be allowed to publish contract notice in the current format until January? So yes, we'll work with the Commission to see how that can be phrased.
Yeah.
But technically, we can confirm it.
So as I said before, we were approached by countries, and we will reply bilaterally to them. And it's also important for us to understand which countries are in the position to need to make use of this extension. So if you are one of the countries, please, if you haven't written to us, please do so.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Mark Christopher. That helps. For us at the publications office, again, it really helps us to know who is switching when. Give us a morning. We have teams standing by to handle your notices, and the day you switch, they will be made redundant. That's planned. They'll be phased out. So tell us when you're switching. We welcome people switching, even if you say we're switching tomorrow. That's also fine. 1 day notice is fine. It's better than nothing. But please give us a morning. And then if you want to go beyond the 28th, 25th of October, that's also useful. And if you want written confirmation, you can write to the Commission. So there is a framework agreement. We published its contract awards quarterly, right? Not only one, but all contracts in that quarter. Every contract was a lot. That is the good operation in the old text XML. Why is it sometimes there is one lot, sometimes 10 lots in the same notice? Can we do this in eForms? And the question is yes. In eForms, you can have a contract award notice with one or more lots that award that particular one. So yes, you can. There are a lot of pointless BTs due to technical design. Our client and testers want to see these pointless BTs on the forms, but we cannot do this because these fields do not exist. When will the SELEX be amended? Yes, this is a conceptual problem with trying to design data in a flat table. Yes, no, you won't find all the pointless BTs in the forms because they don't make sense. I don't know if in the amendment we will remove them. Possibly would have been an idea, but don't go looking for them. In developer docs, in the schema usage, which was published 4 years ago, and now on the web page, there is a section about useless from design. So if you're trying to like audit to make sure you've got all the fields and you're missing some, go and look in the documentation and see if there are mentions saying don't go looking for these because they don't exist. So the minutes are very important because they're questions with no or no accurate answers in a webinar. It's true. Can you do the minutes in 1 or 2 weeks instead of 2 or 3 months? Thanks in advance. Yes, so we'll try. So while we're answering your questions, we're copying them into a Word document and updating it live. So indeed, we'll try and put a draft version out within a few days, and then give us some time to get the final version. So I think in May we put out the draft version within about a week or 2. So indeed, there is a version out. It's not the final version, but it's it's like the answers that we have ready to go. But some of the questions, indeed, they take a few more months. So please give us time. We're developing, we're answering questions, we're answering all your questions in different parts. But yes, we will send draft minutes in the next couple of weeks because we have a final answer. So they will put in writing what you're seeing verbally and in a less verbose manner. You were informed in your presentation that the front end of eNotices 2 should not be used for API messages. What functions are affected? Yeah, why can't you go in if there's an error in API, or if you need to stop or change, why can't you do it in the web interface? This is because there's no way, if you do something through the web interface, we can't give feedback to the API users and the user interface users. So eSenders will not need to know if someone has gone in and edited something somehow. How does your backend system keep consistent with what is really done in eNotices 2? Okay, maybe you can trust yourselves and you have some discipline, but we cannot ensure that consistency. If you need to stop something, you stop it through the API. And at worst, you have a little API caller, Swagger, Postman, whatever, and you can stop your notice with your API key. You don't need to do that. If it needs to be changed, what if it's submitted? It can't be changed anyway. It's gone. You have to wait till it's published to change it. So going through the front end will not save you. And the front-end functions indeed are not reliable because they assume the XML was created by that application, so they assume certain things from the application. Ideally, we could offer more functions, but that's certainly not the case now, and it's certainly not our priority, I'm afraid. So please stay away from the front end. Again, the only thing I suggest is possible is you can log in and see your notices there, and you can see it's in submitted status. Because indeed, as a business user, perhaps you've seen it submitted in your platform. And as a business user, you don't want to go out and use an API. You want to see it submitted to the front end. I've seen many business users doing that, but don't go any further. Let's keep it like that. We don't have the resources to make a super multifunctional hybrid system yet. There are lots of mistakes and mistypes in the PDFs. There are translations that mean the opposite to the English, and you can see this. The bug fix takes 3 to 6 months. How can you use them in production? I don't understand. These PDFs are legal documents. If we have any legal errors, let us know in the labels. We have to improve the translations, that's true. There have been a couple of cases being spotted. We just have to improve the labels. Yep, but it's the same labels you see in your applications if you use in the field translations. The same labels we show any notices to, and it's the same labels in the PDF, so the source is the same. And as we backport the translations, we can improve the visualization on TED. We presented that the SDK can have issues and bugs that affect validation and publishing. What should we do in the case that an error in the SDK prevents a notice to be published? In this case, it would be too late to wait for the SDK version. That's right. So we can't fix an SDK on the fly. It depends on the error. Most of the errors we've seen are errors of understanding and difficulty. So there are some, I would say, pretty tricky messages which are not easy to understand, but they're not blocking. So the blocking factor is the capacity to understand the message, and we know some messages are very difficult to understand. And yeah, if you've seen it for the first time, for you it will be impossible to solve. In practice, we haven't seen any errors that blocks a notice. So if you get stuck filling in a form, you have to insist and see and work around the rules. That's the only way around. But blocking, we haven't seen any particular cases yet. Maybe some of the member states who are out there using it every day say there are some tricky rules which you have to know how to get around. So after publication, we automatically downloaded from TED the signed PDF version of the notice in the original language. Sometimes there's no signed version available, only the regular PDF. What could be the reason? So my colleagues from TED have helped with an answer, which is great because I'm not a TED expert. So there are two reasons where a signed PDF is not available. So for example, there has been a request for anonymization. So for personal data, they say, please remove my personal data. That's the only case we go back and change a notice that is already been published. Otherwise, all notices are in TED like forever, for 10 years. And we do have a short-term issue, which we need to fix. In eForms, there are some characters, the greater than and less than characters in HTML. So &GT, &LT, which are blocking the generation of the PDF, and that should be patched next week, hopefully. So there's a couple of eForms which are not there, but it's quite, it's the two very specific cases. One which is a bug which should be fixed, and the other one is because personal data has been removed. So thank you to my colleague, Carmela from TED. 1 month to go live. The SDK, the PDFs are full of errors and misinformation. How can you manage this? Yeah, we'll fix the PDFs as we go along, so they get backported. I don't know which ones are actually missing, but Shouldn't be too much left. Okay, how do you manage this? So yeah, okay, PDFs are view templates, so we patch view templates, so we go back and fix them. So we keep fixing. Yep. So Jan, if for example we submitted a contract notice in the old schema, is it then possible to submit a change to this as the first eForms form? In other words, can the initial contract notice within a procedure already have a changes section? I believe the answer is yes. So indeed, it's an awkward situation, Jan, because your original contract notice is in little old TED XML. You need to publish a change, so you have to fill in the eForms one. In some case, filling in additional fields to make it validate because they're more mandatory fields. And at that point, you can also say, this is a change. And in the change, you refer to your TED publication number. So that is possible. We're not stopping you from doing that. But yes, it's an awkward situation, but certainly not. There's no particular obstacle. Okay, publish all forms until the end of January. Would it be legally okay for contracting authorities to publish until the end? So if I paraphrase Mark Christopher earlier, according to the directives, the 2014 directives, the bulk of the notices, you are still publishing according to those directives, so you are not illegal either. Mark Christopher.
Yes. So I confirm that from our point of view, it's not illegal in this regard. But yeah.
Great, thanks. You can be okay. When sending a TED notice, it includes an SDK version. That version determines the validations because each SDK is self-contained different rules. Correct. Saying that using the SDK is optional and we can use different means is not realistic. In practical terms, dependency on SDK is very strong. Yes, dependency on parts of the SDK. Yes. So to submit something with an SDK version, you must satisfy the schema and you must satisfy the rules. That is true. How you do notice type definitions, code lists, translations, view templates, that's the optional part. So yeah, we have described far more than you need, but there is a core that you do need to follow. That's true. But it's also how can we say, the use of SDK, there is debates about when we say use of SDK. So does your application consume the SDK as a machine readable form? That's one use of SDK. Do you use the SDK as, in certain parts, a description of what you need to do somehow with your Magic developers to satisfy some XML and some rules? So maybe there is some subtlety about what we mean about use an SDK. So there's a part of the things that are described in the SDK that you must follow. How you use it technically, that's the optional part. I'm afraid everything will stop on the 25th of October. No, in the end, no. So that was a question that came in before. Got a bit more. No, that's not true. That came in over lunchtime. There'll be a lot of blocking errors because many countries go live on this day, including us. TED support, how will we handle this situation as well? Well, we hope you find most of your errors before the 25th of October. So we see a lot of you are asking lots of questions you're discovering now because literally the devil is in the detail. eForms is horribly detailed and there's lots of stuff out there. You can discover things in preview. Many of you have discovered things in previews, which helps us all. How will we handle the situation? Well, we've documented what we can. We shared what we have. We hope the information is complete enough for you to understand what's going on. The system should be okay because 2,000 or 3,000 notices in one day is just a regular day. Preview has taken more than that. Preview took a bit too much at one point. So yes, we'll see between now and the 25th of October if some of you adjust your day your go live day to not all go live on the 25th of October. The systems have been available for 11 months, about 10 months now. We're reaching the end of a transition period. We know it's difficult, so that's why everyone is reaching the end. But this is also why we will have a couple more months to do it. So yes, we'll be holding tight in late October. We will try our best to support you, but we do what we can. So MC, this is for you, the next one.
So for the question, is grateful for greater clarity with the announcement from us on stand notices in January 2024 means for member states. The request is to have a separate webinar to discuss this and also clarification in writing. First of all, it's not planned to have a webinar to discuss what I announced today. As I said, the member states who approach us will receive an official reply from DG Grow. For the next question about when will the guideline for procurement offers will be published, we are working on this. We would also like to discuss this in the meeting in the EXEP, beginning of November. So we have nothing ready at this point in time, but we are working on it.
Okay. Thanks, MC. Okay, if we go to the next one. We understand the SDK is always changing, but not quickly enough. Yes. When we fix an SDK bug and after that the SDK will change, you have to fix it again. We have to remove the fix. That is why we do not want to fix bugs. We do not want to fix bugs, rather SDK and more quickly than now. I think you understand this point well. Yes, so we all agree it's easier for everyone if our SDK comes with fixes and you keep up and you benefit from all the fixes or improvements or the things that were missing for you. In the meantime, indeed, you have to patch your own SDK version, and every time you upgrade, you have to see which patches happen that way. Yes, we understand it well. We will try our best. In the discussions, we were told that eForms sent through the API should not be consulted the PDF through notices too. Is there a faster way to do it than through the TED Viewer API? Yes, so if your application can call the TED Viewer API directly, it's your XML, you call the API, you get your PDF or HTML as soon as you want. So no need to go to eNotices 2 Web UI, log in and see it there. Get your developers to offer you a local version. That's definitely the best way. Yeah. If you use any notices to Web UI to see your own notices, that doesn't make sense. Get your developers to connect you to the Azure API directly. Can we have view templates that do not hide the 0 or negative values? The design decision to hide 0 or negative values makes it harder to perform correct content validation. Yes, that was also a design choice. So this is a choice to not overwhelm the viewer with lots of no, this doesn't apply, this is empty, that is empty, that is empty, that is empty. So there's so many fields in your notices too, all these optional ones. If we expose that to the user, there would be reading reams and reams of empty optional fields. I see your point from a validation point of view, but from a viewer point of view, that's quite hard. So we'll have a look if there are any useful ones, but generally we don't want to overwhelm the user. It's bad enough that the buyers have to fill in these forms. If the economic operators had to read them as well, yeah, we would sink eForms even further. Will deprecated versions of the SDK be supported in preview? It's true the active versions could be thing, but it's kind of pointless. So why would you want to test something in an old SDK which you cannot submit notice in? So yeah, I would say I agree that there's no point. If you really want to, we could keep one open, but it would be a temporary thing. Once the door is closed, there's no point keeping it open. The SDK, of course, exists forever in TED, and with the viewer, you would always be able to view an inactive SDK in an old to view it. So that would always exist. So yeah, if you have a particular need, get in touch. How should a market exploration be published if Form E1 will not be available 24? You can't publish it on TED. So as it could be, if you can squeeze it into a planning, a buyer profile, or pin only, that has similar fields. It's a bit heavier, but it's not much heavier. So if you want to hack a simple pin, you could do that. Will there be a stable version of the TED visualization API that's able to handle some tens of requests a second without throwing status 500 in each request? So yeah, please get in touch with the help desk if you're having stability issues with the viewer API. Have screenshots and the dates of the volume, and then we can have a look at them. So we should have some performance improvements for that in the coming weeks, but if you've got any particular cases, we can stress test it further. I mean, I don't know how many people are viewing Notice at the same time, but this is something that has to work in TED. So you can imagine TED users are hitting it much heavier than our buyers are. So far, it seems okay, but for sure, we want to check these things. Is there a possibility to provide a validation API as open source so it can be used internally? If you mean to open source CVS, we could imagine that, but yeah, no plans right now. So basically, okay, the CVS, in a way, a lot of the work is a wrapper of the schematron. But possibly there's some code we could open source. Let us have a look and get back to it. It's not a priority, of course, but yeah, we'll consider it. CVS is not a monster like eNotices 2, which has far too much software involved. It's a bit more focused on its single job. Rules are filled with errors, and therefore the legality of the SDK version is a question. Please tell us which rules are illegal. We can improve them, but I'm not aware of them being illegal. Okay, BT06 sits lower in the buyer view than the strategic fields to which it refers. Given that BT6 has been made mandatory at your end, yeah, our end, I guess you as the eSender or international tailor, having it appear below the other strategic procurement BTs is confusing. Can this be remedied in the SDK? Yep, that's a good question. So we'll review the notice type definition and see if it's possible to move it around. So indeed, there are fields in a certain order that we use in eNotices too. For those of you who also use the notice type definitions, you inherit what we have done. You can move it locally in your SDK if you want to, but as someone mentioned before, every time you move your SDK, it makes it harder to upgrade. But give us a chance to look at that particular case. But if you have any other ideas or any other fields that look to be in the wrong order and an unhelpful order, get in touch. Anything that can help make it easier for the users is welcome. Do I understand correctly that you mentioned that stated publishing will appear in preview environment 1 or 2 days before production? That is not enough for testing. Do you already have dates when it will be deployed in preview and production? Yeah, it'll appear in preview. It'll be available a couple of days before because we deploy it there a few days before. When are we going to deploy it? If things go great, it'll be next month, so in the next couple of weeks. But yeah, so when it's ready, we deploy. We do a preview, and then maybe a day or two later in production. It's a question of days, the difference there. But yeah, trust us, we'd like to get it out as soon as possible. It's also linked to, I mean, our SDK and our software happen to be linked in this particular case. They will go out together. Could we extend the visualization endpoint and the notice viewer with a BT identifier next to the field names. Maybe you can clarify, but you'd want the field names in the HTML, the beta identifiers. I think it's a question someone else asked earlier. So you would have you would say this is, procedure type brackets BT05 hyphen procedure. That would be quite ugly for users. But yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, you can. Well, the senders can do it themselves. In the notice viewer, there are templates for this. As long as you have somebody that can put their hands in the code, you can make the visualization appear as you like it to appear. There's no point necessarily in us extending the notice viewer. Certainly not the TED viewer that is used by the TED website and applications, but for the notice viewer, the source is there. You can build it and make any changes that you like if you need something like this. If I don't understand your question well, or the purpose of this, just send us a comment in the chat or clarify your question.
Yep. Yeah, so we won't do it in our version because that's what is shown on TED, and as you said, that would scare the economic operators. Rule BRBT 262/2011 caused a legal issue in Germany. Are you fixing it before October 25th? Give us a chance to check. I think this is the one about the main CPV, and this is one of the two rules we mentioned that were legally causing a problem. It's in SDK 1.9, and we will backport that rule. But yeah, let me check offline. I don't know off the top of my head, but I think this could be the rule. One of the rules we must backport because it is legally incorrect. So yes, as terms of illegal SDK, this could be the one that makes it illegal, but we will fix it. So the written announcement about the deadline extended. So as Mark Christopher says, please contact the Commission, DG Grow, to get it in writing if you want it. It'll be country by country. Are there any guidelines for migration data from an SDK version to another? Not between SDKs. It's just to go, Yanis, I'll bring you in a second, but we do have a converter from TED XML to eForms XML, for which we've published the XSLTs in GitHub. So if you want to run your own converter, you use the XSLTs, and those same XSLTs, which have been around for several months, we will put that into an API that you could call. But I think your question is between SDK versions. So Yanis, if you have something for that.
Yeah, so in notice 2, for example, we need to do this because the one notice might be created with one version of the SDK and then continued. The user might continue filling in the notice after he notices switch to a newer version of the SDK. So in notices tries to convert the notice from the previous version of the SDK to a newer one. The way that it does it is just by best effort. So it assumes that since it is the same major version, not much things have changed. Maybe a new field appeared, or maybe an existing field disappeared. Otherwise, the fields are there in both versions. So they copy all the data for all the fields. In most cases, 100% of the fields are in both versions of the SDK. In the case where a new field appeared, it will be empty. In the case a field disappeared, then it just will not be copied. So it's a fairly straightforward algorithm to write to migrate a notice from one SDK version to the other.
Okay, thanks, Yanis. Yes, so we'll We'll see if there's anything we can share. It's not, again, it's not our priority, but there is some logic in eNotices 2 that does it. You will see it in eNotices 2 when you, if you have something in draft for a while or you want to change it, and we deploy a new SDK, you get a pop-up message saying, oh, your notice is in the previous SDK version. We will now attempt to convert it. Be aware that not everything is perfect. And eNotices 2 is trying to change something. So it depends how far back it goes. So we'll have to see which ones we get. So if it goes back from a very old SDK, it might not be able to convert it. So
yeah, some people might say, okay,
this
can
is the
you
point. It's
post this
between
on Notepad?
SDKs, not the old converter. Would it be possible to deploy a local version of the TED API to avoid possible downtimes of the TED service? Not that easily, because we can't give you the code to run it locally, so no. You can run the schematron locally if you want to mimic the CVS validation, so that might be a more reliable one. You could have your own viewer if you want to run your own version of the viewer if you want to display your notices differently. So those two options possibly, but not software itself. Yanis, did you want to say something to that?
Well, if I'm trying to make sense of this question, having a local version of the API that can be used when the TED servers are down, that means that the local version of the API is collecting the requests and queuing them to the server. So if that's what you're trying to do, it's doable. You can do it, but we cannot do it for you, and we cannot give you, our implementation. It's pointless. You have to do your own implementation if you want to do something like that. In theory, it's doable. Yes. Is it worth it? I don't know.
Yeah, thanks, Yanis. I think the schematron one is the most accessible one, so you could run schematron locally. But viewers maybe a bit more, and of course submission, obviously not, because you're not going in there. So I mentioned 2 legal issues that had to be corrected until now. Could I briefly elaborate on it? 2 legal issues. There was one about the CPV codes. I think it's the error message that was picked up by Germany. But I must check that. We'll try and get it in the draft minutes quickly so we can point them out. And I'll see which other one is out there. If you look at the patches, okay, the CPV one will be patched with 1.9, so you won't see it yet. I'll have a look at the patches of the other ones already. I think there was a field missing in a form that got patched in the past. But yeah, let me check. So yes, obviously, if a field that the implemented regulations should be on the form and it's not there, indeed, we deviated from the regulation far too much. And if you cannot put CPV codes in certain cases, or there's some limitation, again, we've deviated in that case from the directives. So those are the 2 I think we've got.
About the integration between the SPD and eForms that could really need some improvements. Yes, indeed. We are aware of that. We are thinking about it. If we have planned, no, not yet, because we cannot do everything at the same time. And as you rightly say, there are a number of things that need to be updated at the level of the SDK and so on. And we have been concentrating on that. As soon as we have a situation that allows us to look into the integration between the SPD and eForms, we will certainly do it.
Yeah, thanks for taking that one. Okay, do you understand correctly that you must generate a new API key for eNotice 2 prod environment, even if we currently use eNotices? So we cannot use a current prod API key to send eForms. No, the thing about deleting your profiles in the developer portal account is if you haven't created the profile. So if you see the developer portal until not so long ago, you just went in, you got an API key, and that's all you could do. Off you went, you called your API with that key. If you go into developer portal now, if you haven't filled in the profile, so give us your name, tell us which APIs you're using, tell us which countries, if you're an eSender and things like that. A bit of blurb about you would be very welcome, whether it's public or not. That's very useful for us to know who you are. So when we talk about the profile, that's what we want you to fit in. If you have an API key and your profile is complete, we're not going to touch it. You can continue using it in production, so don't worry about that. But again, I recommend everyone go into the developer portal, see if you need to create a profile, do so. If you don't have a profile and you don't care about that account in production and you're happy, next week we will clean it up for you. So no need to ask us to delete because we will go ahead with it. We'll have a first check. We'll double check before we go ahead, not blindly, just to make sure that those countries we know are active, we don't touch you. So, okay. It might be easier and more transparent. Business-related questions at the eForms SDK discussions were answered there by the TED help desk, yes. Especially because you cannot really distinguish between business and technical aspects and need to look at it together. Yes and no, so yeah, we will see how it works. We don't want to mix them too much because the colleagues who answer you on GitHub are the people who know the technical details of the SDK. So you get technical answers. I know I personally pop in from time to time to try to answer some easy questions, which I know are really business questions. Our TED help desk is not set up to answer questions in forums like that. It goes into a ticketing system and gets followed up systematically because it's an external contractor, and they deal with all sorts of TED-related questions. There could be a forum. I just see Mark Christopher has left from DigiGrow. Possibly in the longer term, a way where business discussions could happen, hosted by DigiGrow. So what does this BT mean? What does this rule mean? Because these are in the end, these are rules which are business related. They're related to the directives, or they're related to the implementing regulation that could be discussed at that level. So in a way, nothing to do with implementation itself. It's more the business decision. But Yanis, please also contribute to keep them separate. You're muted, sorry.
Yeah, so personally, I would prefer avoiding starting to use GitHub for something that it's not built for. I understand the need for a unified discussion forum, and we could possibly discuss and address this, but let's not use GitHub for this. GitHub is not made for that, and would only create confusion and make it more difficult for the small development team that we have to track and follow up on the issues that we can do something about. There are several issues that we cannot do something about, and we should not be involved in. So let's not do it in GitHub, but yeah, okay. We can discuss with Mark and our hierarchy and stakeholders to see what we can do about this. There are some solutions, either already available from the Commission or externally, that we could consider.
Thanks. We have 7 minutes left, and I think 9 questions to go, so I will try to speedrun them. Does an extension only apply to countries that have raised a problem, while e-senders in other countries still have to abide by the 25th of October deadline? Good question. Mark Christopher left a question in the chat. It says, no, it is not necessary to approach DigiGrow, so our systems will stay open. Nevertheless, it would be important to understand who are in this situation and who require the extension. So please contact DigiGrow if you want an extension. I think it's better to make it explicit for everyone to know who is there. But operationally, we'll keep the doors open till the end of January. So if you want to plan on that. Jesus, there are many fields that are defined in an imprecise and interpretable way. Do you plan to improve the definition of the fields? The ones which are business terms, they're defined in the regulation. Hopefully they're clear. We know not everything is perfect. That's maybe the reference that the question Robin had. Do we have a guide for buyers to fill in the forms, and what does each field mean in a broader sense? That's what's needed. There are some fields that possibly need some descriptions which you don't have. So the OPT, the OPP, OPA fields, because they are more technical ones which have been created for specific needs that are not in the regulation. So those are the ones we'll try to work on some descriptions. And even at the descriptions would be actually in the SDK itself, and even in a way like we'll do any notices too, these descriptions can be even available as tooltips to the end user. That's something we hope to have soon. Okay, even if old notices are still accepted to the publications office, the Prevision notices are not exactly legally identical to the new eForms. Would you provide some guidelines to users about how to choose a notice to be published according to the requirement of the eForms implemented regulation? I would contact DigiGrow for that sort of answer to get some clarity. Technically, there's no particular problems. So, yeah. For example, if I publish a contract notice in SDK 1.4.5 and then I publish a contract award notice in SDK 1.6, reference a contract notice, does the contract award notice also have to be in SDK 1.5? Or how will this be affected in edge cases where support for 1.5 ended? It says no. The basic answer is no. Your contract award will be in a later SDK version. I mean, preferably the latest or a later one. You do not have to use the same SDK version. You will just, well, actually you refer to it, you'll just have the same procedure ID, and each notice exists independently, quite happily inside their own SDK version. There is only one caveat to that. It could be that a later SDK, I don't know if there are that many cases, could have some more mandatory fields which were not needed in the previous SDK. I don't think it's the case between 1.5, 1.6, but imagine your contract notice has some fields, 1.5. Contract award notice generally repeats the same information that's in the contract notice before it gets down to the result. It could be that some of the fields you need to put in the contract notice need to be added to, or the rules have been tightened. So something that we allowed you to publish in 1.5, now you have to tighten up in 1.6. So there might be some constraint, but there's no technical link. Your contract award notice 1.6 has to be valid in 1.6. That's the only requirement we have. Your contract notice can be, years earlier if needed. So tender rank 171. Let's get particular. So 171 rank in the list of winners is mandatory. 1711 tender was ranked is false. Why should a user be forced to provide a rank in the list of winners if there's no ranking in the first place? The rule does not appear logical. So we'll get back to you on this. It's quite detailed. With something about the UBL needing it. No, it's not UBL. Okay, we'll check the schematron rules and we'll look at that. That's quite specific. Okay, almost there. 2 minutes, 2 questions. Can MC share on what date the amended implementing regulation will it be published? Will it be before or after 25th of October? He's not here with us anymore, but it's definitely after the 25th of October. So we're in public consultation. It opened last week. I think it's a month. So it closes towards the end of October, the public consultation ends. Then it goes into the committee. So we're looking at something around late November, I think. Yeah, because last year the public consultation was August, September. Now we're in more September, October. So it's more like December it'll go out. Anyway, doesn't affect our deadline in any way. It just means it's less time for us to implement the changes. Okay, I think we've got 2 more. If you want to run the notice viewer locally, the PDF HTML is way different. Same source code and hosting. Yes, they are way different. They have different ones. So the API, the one we use publicly, is structured. We go through. The notice viewer is just an example of how to use the view templates. Yeah, if you want to view it differently, tailor your own. If you want to write your own, it's not, you can't do everything. Is it possible to extend the deadline to the end of January? Would it be possible to the end of January until the end of 24? No, end of 2024. I think it's impossible. Operationally, we need to get rid of the old systems at some point. We can't keep things running forever. If you want any more, contact Teach Grow again. Please go ahead. Okay, the questions keep coming when we're trying to close on time. Is there a place where you can find those E1 hacks mentioned before? E1 hack, just look at the buyer profile forms 1, 2, 3. They're the simplest forms out there. They don't ask you for too much, and I think you could say that this is a buyer profile, but I'm actually doing a market consultation. They're not so different. So have a look there. Okay, and we finish 1 minute late. We still have some slider questions, of course, but
Okay, no, but we are finishing because it's 4 o'clock. One minute past 4 o'clock. I saw also lots of questions coming through the chat, but as we said at the beginning, let's try to be disciplined so that we can finish up something, and so that's why we concentrated on the questions coming through Slido. We will look into the other ones. I saw that there were some comings and goings, but anyway, we are here to do our best. Even if our best sometimes looks like it's not enough, that's the best we can do indeed. We will not hold any other workshop before the go live. We go live before the 25th of October, which is the legal date for moving on to eForms. Our colleagues from DG Grow will certainly find the appropriate way to formalize the information about a possible extension. We will leave it to them. From our side, as we said, for as long as a decision is taken, we will keep our systems open until the date that is decided by the Commission. So if the date is the 31st of January, that will be the 31st of January. As Carl was putting it, having an extra year may be a bit too much, because indeed at some stage we need to make sure that our systems are closed, that our own support contracts are finished, because we do have a number of contracts that allow us to make things work. Just to give you one example, because we have notices coming in all languages, we have a contractor that actually looks into the notices in all languages. The fact that from tomorrow there will be no more Dutch notices or notices in Dutch, because Belgium has moved on to eForms and the Netherlands apparently is moving tomorrow, it means that the contractor or the ones in the contractor that deal with Dutch notices will be out of a job. And that's actually one of the reasons that we ask you, please keep us informed of your intentions to move on. So if you know that you are going live with eForms next week, please tell us in advance for our own sake so that we can foresee the appropriate support, and also so that we can inform our own contractor that support is not going to be needed anymore. I think you have the same issues on your side, so we are all in the same boat as usual. So, okay. So I will finish here. Thank you very much for coming, for all the questions, for your patience, because indeed there are a number of things that are complicated for us all. As Carl was putting, jokingly, this is complicated for the ones who have to fill in notices. This is complicated for the ones who have to read the notices. And I would say it's very complicated for the ones who need to develop the systems that support all this. So we are all to be, supported from each other. I know that my colleagues still have 3 Slido questions, so I will leave it to Carl. Again, thank you very much. We are here to help in the way we can. Carl.
Thanks, Manuela. So, last ones. So we got the annual eSender seminar in mid-December. At the publications office, we moved to a new office next door to our old one a couple of months ago. We are seeing if we have a meeting room which is fairly big, and we want to see if potentially who would be interested in joining us physically, a bit like was done before my time, and before pandemic time. I think many of you got together in Luxembourg. It was only in person. We would do it hybrid anyway, so whatever happens, it'll be also on WebEx. So if you can't make it, don't worry. But if some of you also want to attend, 1 or 2 per organization, would be interested. So this is just to catch a feeling of your interest. But okay, thanks for being interested. That's good. This is just your feeling about the seminar. Just to wrap up on your emotions. What did you like about the seminar? Are we handling the things you want to know? Dense, yeah. Yes, it's very dense. Also available, so the presentations are already on the website where you registered. The videos come up in a couple of days, and we'll try and get what we have available as minutes available by next week, for example. So the answers we know, we'll get there, and then we'll keep digging into all the other more difficult questions. Hopefully, yeah, the deadline was good. I'm very pleased DigiGrow, okay, Marcus was not here, but I'm very glad he could answer some questions about that. It's a little bit out of our control. Confusing with Ono. We do not give real answers, so we try our best. Some clarifications. Lack of interaction. Yeah, it's difficult to open up to hear your voices. We try to get all the answers, but the one-to-one discussions are hard. So I saw some discussions come up. Yeah, so just to say, if you travel to Luxembourg, I think that's a question, you travel on your own costs, and we could travel to her. We can figure out lunch or something like that. We ignore your problems. We try not to, but try our best and informative. Okay, I think everyone's has different situations. We know that yeah, if I can just share what I think, that every sender is different. So in some senders you have a centralized system, maybe your business team and your IT team, almost are in the same building. You can be much more agile and iterative. Others, you depend on external contractors. You send specs, you get it back. That takes time, and that to and fro can take a lot of time. We have a bit of that ourselves. We know what it's like. So I think that's the hard part. But yes, informative, that's our main thing. And so I'm glad we did that. And we have one more question for you, or at least one before we leave you. So today is the European Day of Languages. So I hope none of you took time off from a discussion on languages. So just please say goodbye in your own language. We know we have to improve the translations in the SDK. So Servus, Heido, I think you pronounce that. Au revoir. I won't attempt to pronounce them all. Adios, farewell. Au revoir, Karen, merci. Adios. So, united in diversity. So I think that's the EU's motto. So we are united in eForms. So there's a lot of diversity. Tschüss. До свидания. So it's good to have all these languages. And we'll see. We'll keep in touch for the workshop if we host you here. We'll see how it works. And those who can come, it'd be great to see you. Those who can't come, we'll see you online. We'll keep in touch. You wouldn't believe it, but I haven't met some of us. I haven't met Mark Christopher in Brussels yet, and it's only Luxembourg to Brussels, so you don't go far. Anyway, stay online on Slido because there are a few posts. You can give us more feedback afterwards.